Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Here at the Irene Country Club for yet another exciting must-win fixture between USSA and Bangladesh emerging. To my left, I've got Leighton Trotsky and Shakir Dipu, the Bangladesh captain, and our match referee, Khairi Pinar. Let me not hold you back any longer, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get going with the toss. USSA, the home side, will get going with the toss. Leighton Trotsky, let's go.
Tails is the call. Tails it is.
Tails is the call.
Thank you.
Bangladesh won the captain, won the toss rather.
Yeah. We
Your
want
decision?
we want to bowl first.
And why did you decide to bowl first?
Yeah, wicket is a little bit moisture in there, and I think it will be held 5 or 10 overs. It will be.
Obviously, it's a must-win fixture. Very important fixture for you guys. What is the plans going into this game?
Yeah, we tried some early wicket, and just we need to adapt to the wicket, and we bowl some right area.
All the best for the game.
Thank you.
Go through. Leighton, brother, obviously not the best of last 2 games you've had, last 3 rather. This is a must-win game. You're looking for a complete performance, and what are you looking to do different here?
I think you hit the nail right on the head. It's just we've been playing well in phases, but some phases haven't been great. So hopefully our middle order can fire. I also don't think we've started particularly well with the ball. So hopefully our opening bowlers can also hit the mark.
I caught you off guard in the last game. Any changes this time around?
Yes, one change. Bongi's back in. Conrad's still out, so Tandu's still in. Yeah, that's it. Only Bongi's back. Only Bongi's back.
Thank you. All the best for the game.
Cool. Thank you.
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the toss. Bangladesh has decided to bat first.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to match number 5 of this one-day tri-series between South Africa Emerging, Bangladesh Emerging, and the University Sports of South Africa team, the USSA team. This is a must-win contest, a very important match between both Bangladesh and the USSA team, coming to you live on the beautiful Irene Country Club. Pictures being brought to you by Pitch Vision and coming to you live on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel, as it has been throughout the start of the tour. My name is Mpendulo Makubane in commentary, bringing you this game, but I'm never alone. Kamvanyegana will be joining us later, but right now I am with Ken Borland.
Morning, Mpendulo, and morning to the listeners. It's another bright sunny day here in Irene. Cold again, fresh in the morning. And, well, there we see the standings for the tournament, and the teams in 2 and 3 on that log are playing now this morning. And, well, it's a vital game because in terms of the final next Wednesday, if USSA can beat Bangladesh Emerging today, then they will go to 2 points. And you see that their net run rate is already better than that of Bangladesh Emerging. So that gap will only increase. And then it will all depend what happens on Sunday when South Africa Men's Emerging takes on Bangladesh Emerging. And if current form holds, then one would expect the South African Emerging team to beat Bangladesh Emerging, and therefore Bangladesh and USSA will both be on 2 points. USSA have the better run rate, and then they will go through to Wednesday's final against SA Emerging.
Very important game. And Bangladesh's net run rate was really hampered by their first outing versus South Africa Emerging, where they were bowled out for 89 runs. And when that happens, you find yourself in really bad waters. They lost that game by 7 wickets. South Africa Emerging have come out as victors in every game, starting off versus USSA, winning by 42 runs and posting the biggest score of the tournament so far.
Well, the SA Emerging batting lineup has really been impressive, one has to say, as well as their bowling. You know, it is just a team who seems to have the edge in terms of experience. It's guys who've got franchise contracts and who've done well enough at that level that they've caught the eye of the selectors and have been considered as potential future players, perhaps for national honours. So they're just that little bit more advanced, and it's shown in that, you know, both those games against USSA had their moments, but unfortunately the big moments let them down, and that's how SA Emerging won both those games fairly comfortably.
It was a great performance by Dayan Khalim in that game. South Africa were down and out, 146 for 6 at a time, and he had to come in, score a wonderful 74, and that was backed up by 3 wickets as well. And didn't stop there. He was the bane of the Bangladeshis in the second game, Dayan Khalim, taking 5 for 18. So it only makes sense that he leads the highest wicket takers in the tour.
And the name underneath him there, Andile Mokhakane, he's also had a strong all-round tournament with bat and ball, particularly with the ball, 8 wickets. And we see Isosa Aheba, who will be featuring for USSA. He's been their main strike bowler. Hasn't always had the greatest rhythm, but when he does get it right, he's dangerous. And Iqbal Hassan of Bangladesh Emerging, he's been the pick of their bowlers, lively pace bowler, and does a bit with the ball as well. And, well, Pendula, there we have the highest run scorers.
Big smile for Jason Muirhead. Well, he'll be hoping for big runs alongside Ludwig Schult, the 2 openers for the USSA team, and the real threat and the problem for USSA, where if they are losing their wickets at the top of the order, no one backs them up. That is not the case for South Africa Emerging. Tando Zuma and Mudiri Tutego at the top of the order. Ntando Zuma, wonderful 118 in the last game. He's only played one match. Shows you how good that innings was. And Mudiri Tutego has found just a little spark in this tour.
Yeah, he's batted really aggressively up top for SA Emerging, but won't be featuring today. The big question really today is whether Murad and Short, one of them can go on to a really big score. That's kind of what they've been missing. If one of them can bat through like Ntando Zuma did on Wednesday, then USSA can get above 250, start posting really challenging totals, and they'll also be hoping that the middle order contributes a little bit more. There were some promising signs in their previous games, a couple of promising partnerships in the middle order that just were nipped in the bud at a bad time. But David Teague, Caden Solomons, I thought batted really nicely, and Cole Francis got some runs as well. So the ability is there, and it's just a matter, I think, for USSA of someone batting through, batting big.
Umpire Mthokozisi Shezi will be starting it off. Here's the danger man. A real find for Bangladesh. He tore apart the under-19s last year, and he showed it was a touch above better than the under-19 level. Hassan Iqbal Imon, who will be opening the batting or bowling, took a fiver in the tour already. Hassan Iqbal Imon, a real talent. Alongside some of the women's emerging, Habiba Islam Pinky. So real emerging fast bowling for Bangladesh with Iqbal Hassan Imon.
Yeah, and it's no surprise that Bangladesh's results have improved as they've discovered better pace bowling resources, especially in terms of challenging more away from home. Ludwig Short, powerful left-hand opener, very strong down the ground, as is his partner Jason Murad.
Imon gets us going. Imon with a huge appeal. Can Bangladesh get a breakthrough with the first ball? Umpire Mthokozisi Shezi is getting lethal stares from Hassan Iqbal Imon as he disagrees with their shout.
Probably hitting the stumps, but I reckon it pitched outside leg stump. Imon is still asking for an explanation, and Tokazi says he's a pretty laid-back gentleman and just giving him a very calm explanation.
Hungry Bangladesh. Hassan Iqbal Imon hungrier. His fifer did come against the USA team, bagging 5 for 43. He didn't get the wicket of Ludwig Schultz. He'll be hoping he did. Or does. Good areas to start off for Hassan Iqbal Imon, but Ludwig Schultz is off the mark after a little scare.
They're using the same pitch as Wednesday's game between USSA 11 and SA Emerging. It's a fair covering of grass, but it's dead grass, and it's been well rolled into the pitch. One imagines it'll be a little bit slow this morning, a little bit soft with the overnight moisture. And bowling from the south end, there is still that bare patch for the spinners, and perhaps a bit of variable bounce coming from there.
Good introduction for Jason Muirhead, who has looked a real class act after his non-performance in the first game versus South Africa Emerging, leading the run scoring. And the way he just played that defensive shot down to the middle shows great confidence with his stride to the ball and the way it connected to his bat. Good signs.
Yep, he's also batted really well. Also very strong down the ground. He's played the spinners particularly well. has been really aggressive against them, not allowing them to settle.
Going on the aggression. First runs on the board for Jason Muirhead. And Bangladesh Emerging will know that these are the wickets that they need to take, have to take, in order for them to feel as if they can finish this innings off with a score they can chase down. Ludwig Schultz scoring 72 from 71. Jason Muirhead scoring 79 from 73 as they partnered up for 148 to open up the innings. The last time these two teams matched up, alas, they couldn't convert that into a victory. Jason Muirhead was in, and now Ludwig Schultz shows that he too wants to get going. Wonderful boundary over the top of cover, and it's the first boundary of the game.
You don't want to get too full to Ludwig Schultz, especially in the power play. He's so strong down the ground. And Imon getting up towards the block hole there, but Schultz just has the strength to dig it out and lift it up over extra cover. And hitting to the short boundary as well.
Yeah, the Booker boy, Northwest University, now contracted with the Northwest Dragons. Oh, it's a poor ball from Hassan Iqbal Iman. He really delivers those.
Well, unfortunately, it's also going to be a warning. Almost certainly not deliberate, but he's... I'll have to see whether he delivered this in the middle of falling over or... No, subsequently he fell over.
You think that cricket only punishes you once and hardly double whammies. That would have been wide and no ball. And possible runs if Schultz had offered a shot. But it's a free hit.
That would have went. Yeah, no, it was fielded.
Up into the air. It's not going to have much of an effect. But Imon will be happy that he delivered a good ball to close off the over. It's going to go for 7. And it's the end of the first.
Imon got a bit of seam movement early in the over. But finished a bit untidily, and he just heard, to add to his problems, umpire Shazi just having a word with him about running straight down the wicket with his bowling. He did get an official warning on Monday when these teams played at the Tuks Oval. So it's going to be Rohana Dwala, the 21-year-old, who will be opening the bowling from the south end. Former Bangladesh under-19 player.
Yeah, it takes a strings of wickets, plays for Abahani Limited in the Dhaka Premier League. So experience in playing in the top level of Bangladeshi cricket at only 21 years old. Averages just around the wickets a game in his 50-over career. And he starts off with good lines, good lengths. And he's given 2 slips as well. There's confidence behind him from the captain.
Well, if he can keep it there, he'll be very happy. That's an excellent line and length. And I fancy he was just bowling a bit within himself with that delivery. Not a bad idea. Get yourself into your spell. You obviously can't afford to bowl looseners. But great that he's landed the first one very well.
Big appeal. They're saying it was hitting somewhere on his bat as it was going to the leg side. But not as despondent as they were with the LBW call.
Well, I think everyone knows really that by the sound of it, it hit the pad, hit the leg, had that sound to it, not woody at all.
Definitely the thigh guard. Even Rohanat's appeal, just lacking that juice, but a good take behind the stumps. It's very nicely done. And this is a really good start for Rohanat. That's exactly what you want, isn't it? You want your top order batters who's just starting off their innings to play in as many deliveries as they can so that you bring those dismissals into play.
Well, Muirhead was upset with the one he didn't get bat on. The one down leg, you could see it was a free runs to be had. Lucky he didn't get a tiny bit of bat on it. That would have been a problem.
Gets a big chunk of bat on that. That's the end of Jason Muirhead. The wicketkeeper had a hard take the previous ball. He cannot ask for an easier one when it really matters. And the dangerous partnership that leads USA to big scores has been broken within the first 2 overs, and Jason Muirhead is gone for 1. It is 6 for 1.
Oh, good sharp back of a length delivery. Even a bit short pitched from Borson. And early blow. Struck for Bangladesh emerging. Just what you want when you've won the toss and sent the opposition into bat. And getting some good bounce. Some good pace off the surface.
Still a brand new ball. And we know that Jason Muirhead is not going to hold back, but he was cramped for room, beaten for pace, beaten for bounce. An overall excellent delivery from your Rohanat. And if you're going to get those and be that aggressive, you better make sure you know your story. The story was not complete for Jason Muirhead, and it was cut short on 1 for 6. Rohanat Borson with an excellent start here. And this is going to ease the work for Hassan Iqbal Imon. He's been doing an excellent job, Iqbal Imon. But I'm sure he also wants a partner who will ease his work and they work in tandem. Here's David Tiga.
Tiga, the former SA Under-19 captain, he's had a few starts in this tournament without really going on to anything substantial. It's probably going to be a bit tricky for the first half hour or so this morning, but he's got a long time to bat.
Smashing shot. He has a long time to bat. It says believe in your fire where he hits, and boy was that a fiery start from David Tiga. Full conviction behind the shot. It's 10 for 1.
Well, poor first ball to bowl to the new batter. Short and wide from Borson. And duly punished.
Yeah, it was Rohanat Dola Borson who got the wicket off Ludwig Schultz in their game, breaking that 148-run partnership. But you're not going to break any partnerships with deliveries like those, especially to classy players like Tiga. No ball from Rohanat. Double whammy. You overstep and you bowled it wide and short. Super shot from Tiga. And it's going to be a free hit to rub salt onto the wounds.
Well, I said it could be a bit tricky the first half hour or so for Tiga. The 2 balls he's faced have come right out of the middle of the bat. Beautifully played. Especially this second one punched through the covers. And he now has a free hit to look forward to. So really getting to start his innings with great momentum.
I wouldn't wish for anything better. The way he just got on top of that bounce was delicious. Read the length so quickly. Pounced on it. No chance for backward point. The placement was pinpoint perfect. 15 for 1 rather for the USA team, and this is exactly the start they've been looking for. And they'll know that even though they have a better net run rate, they still need to put pressure on the bowling so that they might have it easier in the back end of the innings and charge on to a big score that they can bowl to.
We saw on Wednesday on the same pitch that 242, scored by USA was chased down very comfortably by the SA emerging side. But, you know, when you get one of the opening batters scoring 100 and number 3 gets a 50, there are not many targets that you're not going to reach fairly comfortably with that sort of platform. Just a bit of a problem with the landing area. Maybe it looks like is that paint coming out? Maybe they're not happy with the marking. Yeah, they're going to just paint the line a bit more thoroughly.
Could it be that the umpire, or the bowler rather, is not even seeing the lines because it's a no ball that's prompted this, and it's the second no ball as well for the team. Running in hard, Rohanat, and he bowls 2 poor deliveries. Hands on from the Bangladeshis. Umpire Islam and Umpire Shezi officiating the match.
Give some graces.
Umpire Yuri Sadler walking around the side screen, just making sure as third umpire all is sorted. It's just off your picture, Umpire Yuri Sadler. But it's a free hit, signaled by Umpire Islam. Well bowled, takes all of the pace off. And that's again that patch that we speak of, Ken, that just keeps the ball low.
I think Tiga also moved a bit early here. Stepped outside to the leg side a bit, trying to give himself a bit of room, and well bowled by Bolson. He just kept it wider outside off stump. Couldn't be reached.
That ends over number 2, 16 for 1. David Tiga now on strike with Ludwig Schultz. Caden Solomons played a wonderful innings to help USA, but they couldn't close it off. The captain, Leighton Trotsky, a trusted hand with the bat and with the ball. Wezo Kriba has had impressive starts with the bat and a great outing with the ball. Seth Fledermaus will be hoping for some runs. Cole Francis will be hoping for some wickets. Klanga, Aiba. Not a bad-looking team for the USA team. It's just that it is a level touch higher that they need to adjust to, and it shows that there's a lot of growth that can come through the pipeline.
Well, these are all young men. They've barely started their professional careers. And there's certainly some talent there in this team. And that's why this tri-series is such a good idea. You know, talent only thrives when given opportunity. And this is a great opportunity and a great testing ground for these youngsters.
Oh, that is a sweet ball from Imon. Turns Ludwig Schultz inside out. But he's still in, which is the important thing.
Beautifully bowled by Imon. It's a bit like the first ball of the game. He bowled with a huge shot for LBW. That one pitched on, certainly. Then just beaten outside the off stump. Nice length as well.
It's going to get you thinking now as the batter. Ball just jagging away a little bit. They have a slip and a gully in place. Gully's not going to count if you're going to pitch it that full. And to a player like Schultz, who's in full form, he climbs onto it and punches it away for 4.
And on this winter field with the grass pretty much dead, once it beats the inner ring to that short side boundary, more often than not it's going to be 4.
And so it was. You can see the length that from Imon. Nowhere close to being ideal. His previous ball was perfect. And that was the perfect ball to be hit for 4 that he followed up with. Goes to the leg side. Fine leg will be called onto the picture for a single. Good start here for the USA team.
You mentioned Ludwig Schult having just signed a full contract with the Northwest Dragons. And I hope he does get a decent amount of game time up the order. He's been knocking around for a while in Potchefstroom. And having had a good look at him over this week, there's a lot of potential there, I think. Certainly in white ball cricket.
And he's had some opportunities to play as Ludwig. In the air from David Tiga. But well placed from him. Goes for yet another boundary. He's all light up with 4s here, David Tiga. And is hitting both bowlers for Bangladesh.
He's on fire, David Tiga. Jeepers, he's come out and really blazed his way to 3 boundaries. All good cricket shots. Really punishing the loose delivery to full extent.
And I think that's the important thing here, Ken. Nothing is out of the ordinary. Nothing is out of the book. Everything is in the textbook from David Tiga. They would do anything to reach that projected score, 441. But you're expecting that the game will level up just a little bit. It's a good ball to retaliate from Imon, but his over goes for 9. Quite an expensive start from the demon Imon. 25 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, he's bowled some really good deliveries, but unfortunately he's tended to overpitch a bit as well. And he's been driven a few times to the boundary. 2 overs for 16 now for Imon. So you see the other... Oh, well, on that list, they're not, not too many bowling options on that list. But Biplop, spin bowler, bowled nicely earlier this week. There's Rizwan as well. Moin, the other spinner.
No Sakir Hassan this time. Deepu playing as captain. Robin, a very trusted batting hand at the top of the order. Mafijul Islam Robin. And Iftikhar Hossein Iffi with that 71 versus the USA team in that rain-affected game. Ooh, and what a ball here from Boson. They painted the lines and all of a sudden he's seeing his good lines now.
Bowling from that south end, there has been a bit of variable bounce. That one really took off. What a great delivery. There's, I spoke about it at length on Wednesday, batting at that end where Schult is now. On a fairly good length, there's a bit of a bare patch that goes right across the pitch. Perhaps it took off from there.
Good shot down the ground, but for no run. There's punishment for teams here, and when the captains have to be on their toes. Bangladesh were punished for slow over it in their last outing, and because of that, their captain Zakir Hassan has to sit out this next game. That's why Deepu is standing captain. A loss at the top of the order for Bangladesh as well.
This is you.
It was unfortunate that the previous meeting between these two teams had to be decided on DLS. There was a late start due to the pitch being damp. Nothing at fault with the ground staff or anything. It was just dew rising up overnight, a cold evening. But then the over rates thereafter were pretty slow.
So it's always trying to find how can you punish the team for playing the game at a slow rate, because you do want ideally 15 overs in an hour, but that hardly happens with the pace of the game nowadays. But you can't go way too slow that it affects the match in any way. And so the punishment is, do you add more runs? Do you subtract more runs? Do you charge money? Oh, it's up in the air. Top edge is going to fly all the way for 6 runs. There is something in Schultz's bat this tour, and it is working wonders, even when he makes mistakes.
Well, Borsod is certainly getting a bit of pace and mounts from that south end. This is right off the top edge. Not a well-directed delivery.
I kid you not, I was inches from parking my car there in the morning.
Yes, I did see you go in there and then reverse away. I'm very glad it cleared my laptop computer, which was directly in line of that shot. Cleared it by a couple of meters.
And it's the new one, Ken.
Fairly new, yeah.
And there was nothing much wrong with that ball from Bonson. Nothing wrong with it at all. It was quick. It was fast. It was targeted at the body. Good conviction from Schultz.
I think it's not too bad, actually, the line. Unlucky for the bowler.
And it was a very good over. All dot balls. And the pressure coming on to Schultz, goes for a swing with the short ball that was there. Could have easily resulted in the wickets, just like Jason Muirhead, who was trying for that pull shot and got a healthy top edge for the keeper to take an easy catch. And so, Imon has been a touch expensive. 9 and 7 in his 2 overs. Goes to the leg side. It's going to cost a bit more runs. Partnership building up healthily between Tiga and Schultz.
And briskly, 25 off 16. Also in good shape here in the power play. After this over, they'll be halfway through it, and they've got 32 on the board already.
Once they reach 10 overs, the hope will probably still be that the 1 wicket is the only one they would have lost. Big edge! Could have been another one. But it's right in between Gali and the slip fielder. No chance for Mohammad Rizwan. Goes for 4.
Wow, Ludwig Schultz's bat must have some very meaty edges. That flew. Very little chance of this ever being caught. So 10 runs off the edge off his last couple of deliveries.
Yeah, even the height wasn't enough. It's a lovely shot from our camera, showing you exactly that even if there was a second slip, it was going to be a heavy, difficult chance. Now he compensates, goes too much onto the leg side. And I think despite being hit for a boundary in that ball, that is the ball that he wants to constantly deliver.
Yeah, I'll try and take it across the left-hander. Beaten him a couple of times doing that. Big LBW appeal. Couple of plays and misses outside or stump for short. That one edged for 4.
Tiga has been lacking his drive this morning. He's had 3 boundaries already, so they put 2 slips to guard his mistake. Slowed down a little bit from Imon. Guided for a single. Hasn't bowled a dot ball in this over. Not the greatest start from Hassan Iqbal Imon, but he's a class act, and he still has 7 overs after this. There's very little doubt that he will come back stronger in the innings, because that's what he always does. That's what quality bowlers do.
He was very impressive in his last spell in the previous game. Bowling at the back end. Finished with the fifer, well deserved.
Yeah, it's never about how you start, it's about how you finish. Well, sometimes the way you start can influence how the game goes at the finish. But it didn't matter much because Bangladesh ended up winning the game.
Yep, restricting USA to 242 was quite an achievement after they were 148 without loss after 21 overs. So Bangladesh fighting back to claim 10 wickets for 100 runs or so.
Oh, that's a lovely ball. This is good stuff from Imon. He also has such a simple action. It's an explosive action. He uses a lot of strength through the crease. That's why he gets that pace, gets that energy on the ball. But it is simple. It doesn't do too much. He runs through the crease. You'll see the bouncers, the people who jump. You'll see the ones who hit the deck hard. He just slides through with a simple action. It's lovely to watch from Hassan Iqbal Imon. But when you bowl it there, it doesn't matter how good your action is. Kagisho Masibelele, who used to be a former player, level 3 coach, dropping it over the boundary. But it goes for 6.
Name and shame, Pendula.
He's one of our commentators. But that is a clean hit.
Do what he says, not what he does. As a coach as well. Okay, gee, what have you done, lad?
That's going to be in the Hall of Famer for pitch vision forever now. But what a hit. Easily done. A lot of bottom hand from Ludwig Schultz. To be fair, he wasn't ready for it, sitting in the shade.
I thought he skipped over the fence quite nicely. That was well done.
13 runs in the over. It's 44 for 1 after 5. It was a lovely shot from Ludwig Schultz. Just using the pace of Hassan Iqbal Imon. Goes up into the air. Just a little flick of the wrist. But such was the timing. Seems like all parts of Schultz's bats are working wonders today.
He is lethal if you pitch the ball up to him. So strong.
Good hard length from Boson. Can hear they're happy with that work. That's what he needs to keep on doing. His previous over did go for 6, but it was a streaky 6 from Schultz because he went for a big heave over the top edge. Did go for 6. But it's nice tight lines here. There's protection down at the fine leg for exactly that ball that he can allow to attack the stumps. It's bowling really good here, Borson.
He's definitely been more consistent than Imon. Bowling from the end, which probably gives him a bit more in terms of bounce off the pitch as well. But his control has just been a bit better than Imon's.
And with the switch to left, right to left, with Schultz being the lefty, Tiger being the righty, keeps it over the wicket, and keeps it on a string. Very tight. And with the stance that they've had here, no need to try and force issues really for South Africa. USA.
Well, it's difficult to force things when the ball's hitting the splice like it did there from quite a full length. Not easy to start hitting that around, so Wilson will want to keep it there.
And as you said of the extra bounce from the south end, it's one thing, the surface giving you extra bounce, it's another thing you using it well. Look at that. Little bit of pressure now building up on Schultz, and that's what I mean. They shouldn't look to force things, especially against someone who's bowling well. And that's where mistakes start to just little creep in for the batters.
Well, it's a strong point of Schultz's game. We've just been talking about it. If you pitch it up, he is so good on the drive. So I fancy this was there to hit. Maybe just nipped across him a bit. But yeah, sometimes your strength can turn into your weakness.
That's how good he is at bowling this ball. Boson, Bangladesh are accepting all of his work, and he'll still feel outdone by that 6 because his over should have looked something like this. Only goes for 1. 45 for 1 for the USA. They have to win. They don't have any other choice. And despite the fact that if they win, they increase their chances of making it to the final, it's just a confidence booster. And speaking of confidence boosting, Imon just going for a little bit of runs, so they bring on their first change. Chaudhry Mohammad Rizwan. He's also been in the wicket, Chaudhry Rizwan. First change option. A little bit slower than Imon and Rohanat Boson, but he can do the work. Took a solitude wicket, 1 for 42 in the last time they met. And it starts off with a wide.
Extras are going to be quite a contributor to the USA total, it seems.
Took a solitude wicket
Today.
1 for 42 in the last.
Is that the first wide? According to my scoreboard. Been a couple of no balls there.
Ball is visibly coming slower to both Tiga and Schultz. Even that first ball, Tiga was confident enough to just shuffle across his stumps. Which is why probably a part of Rizwan will say, umpire, really a wide. But at this level, you actually want the umpires to be a little bit more stricter. You want the players not to err in any way, because as you get up in rank, the standards that you need to produce also increase. So might as well start keeping track of those standards now. And see, he's recovered pretty well now, Rizwan.
Nicely played that by Tiger as well. Very compact. Nice straight bat, punch off the back foot. Played it under the eyes.
Plays for the legends of Rupkaj. Does Chaudhry Rizwan. Plays with one of Bangladesh's star players, Mehdi Hassan. Well, nothing starry about that, except from the shot by Tiga. Any whiff of width is enough for him to pounce on, and boy, did he climb on that for 4.
Well, it was in the air, but cover had no chance. That whizzed
Mehdi
past
Hassan.
him very quickly. bit short, but the width is the major problem there, and Tiga has jumped all over that. He's looked really good this morning so far.
Yeah, he's hungry for some cricket, David Tiga. Hungry for some high-quality cricket. At Ducks, played well in the USSAs as well, David Tiga. Captained the SA emerging team in Division 2 for some games last season. So there's still a lot of trust and eyes in David Tiga. 3 half centuries in 5 games during the run-off of that tour. And an important thing to remember is that when they do play during that time, it's a little bit different. USSA have reached 50 as well. 51 for 1 in quick time. But during the USSA games in December, it's right dead in the middle of the cricket season. And so the players are sharp. They've had their volumes, they've had their loads. They know exactly what they need to do when they go and play. And it's very different when you compare it to this tour happening right before the start of the season, 2 to 3 months after the season has ended. And so the sharpness of the players is not at the same standard you would find when they get to USSA. So it makes sense, Ken, that the more they continue playing, the more they'll start getting into their rhythm, they'll start getting that sharpness back, and the runs will start flowing, and so will the wickets.
Yes, I think it's been particularly noticeable maybe with the bowlers, battling to shake off the rust, get into top rhythm, and they'll be hoping today's the day when that does happen.
Such was the over from Boson, only 1 run from it. Wide, 4, a 1. And a good ball to close it off. Stopped by Robin at backward point after 7. It's an excellent start from David Tiga and Ludwig Schultz. 51 for 1.
Slight breeze blowing today from the west side of the ground, west to east. So it's blowing away from the short boundary. Heading towards that short boundary will be into the wind. It's not a big wind, it really is just a gentle breeze.
Yeah, look at the shirts of umpire Mthokozisi Shezi. It's not even blowing. It's just standing still. Former South African seam bowler. Left arm seamer. Now being pushed on in match officiating.
No!
And it's a thing that CSA are doing so that players don't just finish their playing career and then it's done and dusted. Still ensuring that they keep in the game of cricket in some way or the other.
Yep, it's always great to see former players, become umpires.
Sajidul Islam traveling with the Bangladeshis, getting a feel of different areas in the world. So are the bowlers. Boshon is going to be taken away for 2 if they are able to stop it, which they cannot. Mafijul Islam Ankon cannot stop it in the deep. It's going to be 4 runs for Tiga.
He's timed the ball so beautifully this morning, and that really was just a push, just a glance, really. No flourish, but whizzing off the bat. Not a great line by the bowler, and perhaps the fielding could have been a bit better as well.
Really asking for something better from the Bangladesh fielder there indeed. Tiga can't pocket it past the mid-wicket. Iqbal Limon.
I will just give slight bit of sympathy for the fielder. It's the outfield, in the middle of winter, it's quite undulating there. Some fairly bumpy patches. So I think there will be a few misfields through the day.
Every single over has had a boundary delivery, but only one over has not gone for a boundary, and that was from this man. Boson bowled really well in that over, Rohanat, and the over before he bowled as well was very good until he was edged over for 6. But every single over for Bangladesh has given off a boundary, including this one. And you can't really stop runs if that is the case. If it's pitched up, Ken, he's going to go for it indeed.
He was swinging for the hills there. Jeepers, that was a full-blooded drive from Ludwig Schultz. If he connected, might have reached the Vaal River.
Played with tons of conviction, swung for the heavens, saying there's not much of a breeze, but all of the insects felt that. Probably us here. They wanted to feel an edge. Much smarter now from Ludwig. Allow them to bowl closer to you so that you can pounce it again like you did with that 6. It's after 8 overs. 56 for 1 for USA.
Well, Bangladesh have pulled things back pretty well in the last few overs. The power play looked as if it would be pushing 70, more than 70 runs at one stage. Just 2 overs left in the power play. And we're going to have a commentary change with Kamba Nyakani joining Pendula Magubani.
.56 for 1. David Teager, 25. Schultz, 27. Ooh, Rizwan beats the bat of Teager, despite him playing a full-blooded defensive stroke. Hasn't looked too bad, Rizwan. First ball was a wide, and then everything with a bit of decent control. It's a nice dot. Can get even the best bowled batters out. Kamvanyagana is in commentary.
Very good morning, Bendula. Morning to all the viewers. Beautiful morning of cricket and a beautiful shot to go along with that. Pierce the gap. It's real nice ease there. Really good start. Good power play so far from Musa. After losing that early wicket, just look at that shot. Rocks in the back foot pretty quickly. Finds a gap in front of point. And they continue in the merry way. 60 for 1.
That's the issue. More boundary deliveries being given away here. And maybe they might not be boundary deliveries to other batters, but to these two, they know exactly what they're doing. Elegantly done from David Teager. And that 50-run partnership has now come to pass. 53. But it's the rate at which it's coming at Kamva that just should be worrying Bangladesh. 53 from 41, but now it's 42.
Yeah, the rate is concerning. And it's nothing new for Bangladesh in terms of the last time they faced Musa. Relatively quick start from Musa. And Bangladesh had to do some rescuing work and pull things back around the 20th over. I'm sure they would have spoken about that and they wouldn't want a repeat of that because not often you'll be able to bring games back when they've gone away from you. Oh, beautiful. Just hopped it on its way all the way for 6. What a shot. The timing, David Teager, you beauty.
You do not bowl it there. You're asking for trouble. And trouble arrived through the bat of David Tiga. And it's more issues for Bangladesh. He moves to 35 from 22. Bangladesh under the sword here. 66 reached even before the end of the power play. And if you're going to bowl it there, you might as well fetch it in the fairway. Super strike.
Yeah, I just flicked it off the legs with so much ease. The David Tiga, such a classy player as David Tiga. He oozes confidence and class. Oh, that's a gorgeous stroke. Could watch it over and over again. Never get enough of it.
Stay away from the legs if you're going to bowl it that full. Stay away from being full on batters who are looking to smash you around. They're going to turn any of those deliveries into balls that are in the slot, and Mohammad Rizwan now has gone for 10. The rate that they're batting at is something of beauty here. 59 and 43 balls for the partnership.
It's a very interesting time for both sides right now. Oh, direct hit! I thought it would have been an easy single that. But what a throw, what fielding.
Be careful, don't get lackadaisical now, South Africa. Oh, rather USA. It was a good ball. They thought there was a one. What a take. What a shy at the stumps. Could have done anything to get a wicket. Just a slight hesitation from Tiga. You have to run fully. Just made his ground. Why wouldn't you stretch your bat?
Besides stretching his bat, he was nonchalantly running there into the crease. Probably didn't anticipate the throw coming in and almost just jogging through. And how often does that happen where a bowler or a batter runs through and just imagines that ball won't be thrown in and a big dart to the stumps finds them short. Look at David Tiga here. Bit of indecision, then in the indecision you just jogs through. Don't want to see that. You really don't want to lose your wicket like that. If you had lost your wickets there and then he goes to sit back in the changing room and you'll watch the replay, you'll be absolutely disappointed.
Yeah, that's bad running, Gamba. That's bad running. You don't do that, especially over the top that of the hesitation. You've already lost it a fraction of a step as you stopped running. Charge on through. Run through. The standards are high here. And what the USA team need are him to not lose his wicket. And so hopefully that's just a little bit of a wake-up call for David Tiga. He's been strolling around nicely on 36, but you don't want to stroll through your running. So it's going to be a change of bowler for Bangladesh. No more of Boson, who was great. It's Moin Khan coming in.
Oh, start short does Moin Khan and he's cut away for 4. That's not the start you're looking for. Easy pickings. David Tiga right on top of it.
The intent that he's come out with is amazing. On any other time, you could be tentative in going so hard at it. It's not a good ball from Moin Khan either. No one protecting the deep. It's really good, effective use of the power play fielding restrictions.
I think that's an equivalent for a fast bowler, leg stump half volley delivery. Usually spinners will drag it right short when they start to get themselves comfortable. And if they come in a set batter like David Tiga, who's on 40 or just 24, you'll latch onto it pretty quickly. Doesn't mean that you should be bowling there regardless. Short again and punished, but this time there's a hand in the covers that will stop it, and will only push for 2 will the USA side, and they'll push for 3. Not so great fielding. There was initial good teamwork on the boundary there, but not efficient.
And so it's more runs. It's more runs for USA. They've already taken 7 from the 2 balls. And you'd be hoping that with a change of strategy, taking pace away from the ball and having a patch where you can work the ball, where the bounce can become varied. You'd be hoping that the change of bowling to spin would work them wonders, but it seems as if the momentum that Schultz and Tiga have brought on is pumping the pressure back to the bowler.
Nice boy. Very good start.
Yeah, that's much better. You can hear from a stump mark from his keeper.
That's
Very
my
good
boy.
start.
That's my boy.
Maybe not the good start you were looking for, but certainly a good delivery.
Nice. Go this easy ball.
Oh, cut away a bit short again. Point to the rescue.
Yeah, plays his cricket for Dakar Leopards in the Dakar Premier Division Cricket League.
Oh, hits it long and goes all the way for a boundary. Went on one knee, did so, and got all of it.
Mesmerizing shot. That's just class. When it's in its arc, it's gonna go over in an arc and over the boundary for 6. You don't bowl it too full. Watch out to the caddies enjoying their round of golf. Ludwig Schultz is enjoying his round of cricket.
Much better delivery, nice follow-up delivery. Pretty pricey over from Khan to start off. He'll certainly want to fix that to the end of the power play. That's the end of the power play. 80 for 1. Really good start for the USSA team versus Bangladesh emerging after being put into bat first. But no, look, it's a very interesting time of the game now where USSA found themselves in a really good position in the partnership of 73 of just 51 deliveries. You look at the contribution from David Tiga, 43 of just 25 deliveries, and Ludwig Skill, 28 of 26, both batting really well in this partnership. I wanted to mention, Bendula, USSA were in a really good position in the previous game, something that would have definitely spoken about. Very good start. Bangladesh contrasting put a similar position for themselves again as well, where they found themselves behind in the game. What adjustments do either side need to make? We know USSA started really well, 139 for no loss, good start after 20 overs. Bangladesh couldn't pick up any early wickets. What adjustments do both sides need to make? Because it's very similar situations.
Man, I wish I was in the change room to hear what the coach told them. Really do. But Leighton Trotsky spoke about it pretty well during the post-match interview in the last game that the USA played. He spoke about the middle order not playing its part. They could have been better, and the funny thing is that Leighton Trotsky is part of that middle order. But he played well in that first game, but not enough contributions working in tandem for the middle order for the USA team. So a good start is not backed up by a good finish because of the platform that the middle order failed to capitalize on. So for the USA side, it's all about, we've lost 1 wicket. David Tiga's changing it now. If Leighton Trotsky comes in, if Caden Solomons comes in, if Wezo Griba comes in, Tando Prusant comes in, Seth Fledermaus, they'll be hoping that all of those names are able to add runs into the score so that they can change a 148 for 1 into a 360 for 5 at the end of the innings, which is what they can get here. So I think that's the mindset for the USA team. Can we do better in that middle order and capitalize a good start?
Creams that straight down the ground, but straight to mid-off. Powerfully hit by Schilt. Spot on, Bendula. Really spot on there on how the contribution needs to be a lot better from the middle order. They're getting good starts, getting into good positions, is also, but can't convert those good positions. I spoke to Leighton Trotsky earlier this morning, just before the start of play, as after the toss, and I was like, what do you feel has happened for you guys here in the series so far? And he mentioned that he felt like there was a lot of unlucky moments for them. They felt that they got themselves in very good positions, but unable to convert those positions. He feels like instead of them now going to 250, they should be pushing for scores about 280 or 290, where they'll feel a lot more confident defending that. So it was just a matter of them feeling like they're just converting moments and opportunities that they get when they get into good positions, like these ones, 81 for 1. You want to press on for me. Yes, it's still early on, but it's still a very good position regardless.
It's going to be 81 for 1 after 11 overs. Even saying 270, 280 is selling themselves short because they should be getting more than that with the starts that they receive. We've been looking at these projected scores, 368. Sure, it's going to keep on dropping, but you want to keep that 310, 320. Keep the 300 as a marker so that if you fall short high still. You fall short on the 270s, you fall short on the 280s. Just look at that as the overs are going. You're looking at the runs. That y-axis is going to grow higher and higher into the hundreds. They'll be hoping into the 300s. But it's good that there's not going to plateau any flatter. You want that worm to keep increasing as the overs go for USA. And if you remove the dots, which are the wickets, you're going to have that growing higher and higher. Nice little graphic to show you how, if you're adding runs per over, that graph just exponentially grows to an uncontrollable level for the bowling team.
Yeah, I think to make some good observations for the viewers, ourselves, as the inning progresses, because we know they probably can get to the 150 mark. It's just a matter of them, what do they do from then onwards? I think that's what we'll have to be looking at very closely, especially from the 20th over, 25th over, the halfway point in the game. What changes do they make? Do they bat? Do they carry on with being aggressive? Do they change their style of play?
Nice, very good start.
I think those adjustments will give us a story on what's happening in that changing room.
Yeah, Coach Brady Barnes really wants the boys to showcase their fight. and the style of cricket that they've come out and exhibited here this morning speaks of that style. We mentioned earlier on, Ken and I, that the boys are still rusty because USAs are played mid-season. This is being played pre-season, so they've been off for about 3 to 4 months. Therefore, we hope that in the development of the pipeline, this middle order is just shaking off that rust, and they can now start getting those runs onto the board.
Yeah, and to be fair, they only came together in camp 3 days before their first game. So I think now you should be seeing a bit of the combinations that you would like to see after 2-3 games that they've played. Yes, the first two may be a bit rusty, but you do expect them to kind of show up now, really stand out and show that they've been together for some time and show that they've had a few cracks out there in the middle.
This is a nice little recovery from Moeen Khan. And they shouldn't worry that they've given away a maiden over. Very nice stuff from Moeen Khan. 81 for 1 after 12 overs. We are 2 overs into the end of the power play, so Bangladesh are giving more defense around the boundary, so the freedom of scoring won't be as much as it was prior to the end of the power play. So now how do they adjust? How do they now play, knowing that their boundaries are protected? Those lofty cover drives, those big flicks off the hip cannot happen anymore just one out of willy-nilly. So I like the fact that they're now readjusting their partnership, playing it a little bit slower, gauging where the field is, gauging where the head of the Bangladesh is, and not just recklessly continuing playing as if they still have 2 fielders out. It's good work from both Tiga and Schultz.
Spot on, Bandula, as well. I think hit the nail on the head there. I think there has to be an adjustment right now. I think two things that I'm taking out from what you just said is that put a prize on your wicket, and then also with the fielding changes now with female fielders towards the boundary areas, find a way to rotate the striker better, change your form of play. Don't just go for it. So I think those are the big talking points that we have in mind, or thought process that we have in this partnership right now. Not giving away your wicket cheaply or unnecessarily, or playing aggressive stroke for no good reason.
But it's important that they do that. They find those fielders. They find the boundary riders, because by finding the boundary riders with a well-placed shot, it's a guaranteed single. Get your ones going. Find the spaces. Get your twos going. You can get a boundary every 2 overs. Get a boundary every 3 overs, especially now with the adjustment between over number 11 to up around over number 35. Just keep rotating the strike now, and that's the next phase in building the innings. Because imagine if that is chopped back onto the stumps. But luckily enough, there is no one in deep mid-wickets. So it's a deep backward square and a deep fine leg for David Tiga. So the space in front of square is much open if it can clear the inner ring.
You look at that shot again, not to be too heavily critical on the shot, but you hit that a bit late. It's going deep down the throat of the fielder, deep square or fine leg. You don't want to find yourself losing your wicket in that fashion. There's other shots to play. There really is. Just cut away over the top, but played uppishly by David Tiga, David Tiga.
I think that is a much better option, because it was almost a similar delivery to the one he was trying to pull away. See, it's way too close to his body. It's just not the correct shots for the situation. But the very next ball, he got basically a similar delivery that he was able to drive at. Played with a lot of strength, but he found the boundary rider, was able to turn the score over. And so for the adjustment of the next 4-5 overs, as you acclimatize to the new conditions of play with the change of power play, still want to keep the scoreboard ticking.
And sometimes for young players, you think aggression is scoring boundaries, scoring sixes, getting big sixes. Aggression is also running twos pretty hard, or getting your singles, putting the fielders in the boundary under pressure, knowing that if they're not really coming in fast off the boundary, 2 will be taken. And that's an aggressive nature of cricket as well. That can put fielding sides under pressure, can put the bowler under pressure, knowing that there's little room for error. If you go for 2s, 2, 3 or 1s in the overs worth 5, get a boundary, it's expensive over. So there's really many ways of just creating momentum, generating momentum for your side, and still staying positive with your cricket without really looking to go, not aggressive, but rather taking much risk. Well, that's the end of the 13th over, 83 for 1. Partnership still building, currently on 76 with a current run rate of 6.3 per over.
It's also an important period for Bangladesh, this. Only 2 runs in the past 2 overs. A maiden and 2 hard-worked singles, you must say, for USA. So now the momentum is just starting to reverse a little bit, and it's about who will be able to clinch it after the transition of this period. Moeen Khan went for tons of runs in his first over. That was because it was the 10th over of the innings, so still within the power play. But then he comes back and he bowls a maiden over for the 12th over, which is outside the power play. And so he can trust his field, he can trust his protection, and he can trust lines and lengths.
Misfield there. That's a short square leg. Easy single given away. A pressure releaser after a really good over. Really good last 2 overs, in fact. Now you release that pressure by giving away a single, exactly what they needed. The USSA side. They'll need to carry on doing that, regardless of the mistakes happening in the field. They need to still run hard in between the wickets, not get bogged down. That's what they allowed Bangladesh back in the game in the third ODI. In this try series, they just allow them back in the game by just allowing them to just squeeze them out. And from squeezing them out, it forced those loose strokes. Something's got to change in this middle period.
So Moin Khan with a lot of control now. They have reinforced behind squared offside. Darted in pretty nicely. They have a backward point and they have a deepish gully, you might say. A very square third standing on top of the ring.
Hit away towards the boundary to beat the fielder. At Deep Cow. 4 runs.
That's a poor ball from Moin Khan. Everything is working in your favor. All you need to try and do is just pitch the ball up. It drops it short. Gets the rightful punishment. Really strong stroke and positive from Schultz after a barren period of runs.
Schultz did so well. Not to just get over the fielder, but find the gap. Without taking too much risk.
Sorry, brother.
And still punishing that poor delivery.
Keeping a strike rate in check. Don't want it to go too far away from him, especially Tiga on 46 from 36.
Nice. Relaxed.
Much better. Darted through. Quick off the back foot was Schultz. But doesn't get through the gap. That's the end of the 14th over. 88 for 1. Partnership continues to grow at 81.
You'll see from that boundary from Ludwig Schultz, you say something nice that he did try to place it. Look at how he rotates around his body to ensure that the ball goes behind square, because the fielder was standing at deep mid-wicket. So he really twisted his body to push the ball behind him. And with the added spin on the shot, it just takes the ball away from the backward square. And he earns himself a well-worked boundary. It's the end of over number 14 at 88 for 1. We're going to have a commentary change. Ken Borland is going to come back to join Kampanyigana. Who am I to think that it's Nkamva and I? We have legends joining us here at Irene Country Club. One of the great coaches of South African domestic cricket, one of the pioneers of cricket in South Africa. Tate Jeffrey Toyana, leading the Lions to a 4-day series championship, taking over the Easterns. My goodness, if you don't know Jeff Toyana, then you do not know the legends upon us. And you're going to find out. It's drinks at 88 for 1. We're going to come back.
Thanks, Pendulo. Yeah, it's a really great pleasure to have alongside me Jeff Toyana, one of the great coaches in South African cricket. Although there's not much you could do about KG Masibulele's catching. I mean, you were right next to him. Right next to him there, beyond the square leg boundary, Jeff. What happened there?
Good morning, Ken, and good morning to the listeners as well. Yeah, I told KG, I mean, he didn't want to go for the catch. Yeah, then I told him, go, KG. You know, then somehow, I mean, you know, like he put it down, which is quite disappointing for a decent cricketer, you know.
So he might be able to appeal for clemency on the basis of mixed messages from the coaching staff. But, Jeff, we know that you are very involved in the pipeline of South African cricket. I mean, you've coached at the high franchise level, winning trophies with the Lions, and at the moment, your attention is kind of a couple rungs further down, isn't it?
Yeah, Ken. I mean, it's been a great, 2 months for me now. Doing some work with the hubs, going all around the country. I mean, we've been to Cape Town, Durban, PE, and then this week we are doing the Pretoria, hub. Lots of talent, that's coming through, in the townships as well. And I believe it's something that we don't take seriously, sometimes. And for those kids, I mean, who are left in the townships. So at least when we come to them and do these sessions, I mean, you see the talent and you identify the talent. And quite nicely as well, I mean, this hub setup now is that we are picking 2 teams that are going to take part in the Cape schools and at, Michaelmas week as well. So there's 26, decent, cricketers that are coming through. And at the betting depth as well, from those 16, 17-year-olds, there's something big that's coming, and I'm quite excited with what I've seen over the last 2 months.
We've seen hints of that talent in this tournament, as Charuri Rizwan is bowling to David Tigo on the resumption of the drinks. Dot ball. And the other day we had the great pleasure of seeing Thando Zuma bat absolutely superbly for his 100. Richard Seletswani came in at number 3. We've seen Madiri Diteko. And Jeff, I'm not sure if you managed to catch any of Thando Zuma's innings, but there's a guy who's come through that pipeline that you're talking about from Sweetwaters Township in Pietermaritzburg.
Yeah, Ken, I mean, a superb knock. I mean, I did watch, on YouTube, I was at home. On the growth and maturity, I'm that is showing. Quite happy that he's been signed by the Dolphins now, from Tuskers. There's always been some talent there. Quite surprising that that was his first 100 as well. This level. Let's just hope, I mean, that 100 will take him, from strength to strength, because talent-wise, I mean, he is up there. And guys like Mudiri as well have been around, Titan set up, when he was younger. Then he moved to Northern Cape. He's at the Warriors now as well. It's time, for the guys to produce as well. Because, there is a need, for...
Over mid-off. Well, will it clear mid-off? He's running around. And he puts it down. Oh, no, he got there. He got both hands to the ball. Oh, that could be a very costly miss for Bangladesh.
That should have been taken. I mean, that's our commentator, KG.
Worse.
That is
worse. KG no longer has the worst miss of the day.
Yeah. As I was saying, Ken, I mean, it's time, for the guys as well, to start producing now. The time of, excuses is gone now. They're playing enough cricket. And it's time that we get, black batters, coming through and performing and getting hundreds and averaging over 40s as well.
Well, it just shows you what happens when talent is given opportunity. Zuma pushed up the order to open the batting. And speaking of talent, I mean, you look at this USSA 11, these are young players, the SA emerging side. Jeff, surely there's no shortage of talent in this country.
Now, there is an abundance of talent. I mean, chatting as well to the coach of the USSA team, Brady Barnes, he's a good coach as well. And just chatting to him about, his plans and, his players as well. He's only got some good things to say. I mean, which tells me that we've got talent everywhere in South Africa. And it's quite nice now that, the Div 2 teams, will play, more cricket, double round. And also that's what we want to see, man. And also to see in the winter now, to see a field like this, ready and good facility as well. I mean, with decent pitches, it's quite nice to see. I mean, we are going in the right direction, like as a country. And also, like, there's a World Cup next year, so.
Yeah, plenty to be excited about. Jeff, with all your experience as a top level coach for so many years, are you also doing some mentoring of other coaches?
Yeah, quite fortunate as well, going through like these hub, setups as well, like to see like the coaches there, and just chatting to the coaches. I mean, like that's something I've done, like in the last 3-4 years, like the coaches in Div 2 setup as well, and some in Div like Div 1 setup. Let's just have a look at this. Well played. Yeah, guys find ways to chat to me, which is quite nice. And it's something like that I enjoy. I mean, like my experiences, like what I've seen and what I've done as well. It's quite, critical or key, like that I share as well. Like share like the knowledge and like share the information. I mean, I'm like a quite open, like as a person as well. And I'm easy as well to approach. And we've got to share and like make sure that we produce like like the best for the country. Okay.
Nicely worked by Tiga through square leg. He's been quite strong there today. Jeff, this USSA 11, the players on this side. Okay, SA Emerging, those are guys who have basically kind of established themselves at franchise level already. These USA guys are mostly young players right at the start of their professional careers. What advice would you give to these players to make the most of their journey going forward?
Yeah, just just keep playing and like just looking at these two like that are pairing now. I mean, the Tiga was part of that SA under-19 and schooled. I mean, has played for like Northwest Cricket as well, which tells me that like the standard of this like emerging tournament is quite high. Like there's some decent, like decent players here. And also, I mean, like for me, James Tiga is not James Tiga. I mean, like that's his father. That's me, like giving, like my age
I'll
away.
make that mistake as well.
Oh, did you?
I remember James.
Yeah, but played, like with James Tiga, and like when I was playing for Transvaal in those days. And like they must just, keep playing. I mean, like there's opportunities everywhere now. And the standards as well of, like varsity cricket is quite strong. And like they need to push like the Division 2 players. Then push as well like the Division 1 players. I mean, we do need a strong, like a South African, like a cricket, structure, like, or like just, like throughout, like that pipeline. Well played.
You mentioned Easterns and Division 2. Your last sort of head coach job of a team was at Easterns, and I mean they strike me as being a tremendous nursery for South African cricket. I mean, especially on the women's side, a lot of really talented young cricketers there. If you had to give a message to the powers that be about areas like Easterns, how do we best look after the talent there?
Yeah, I think for me, I think the key thing for me is, like encouragement and, but places like Easterns are, like at a disadvantage because like there's no university there. And every child wants to go to UJ or they go to Parker or they go to Tuks.
Nice.
And for me, like for, like those small places, I mean, like encouragement and good structures for me, I think is key. You've got to get the good structures in, get like those nice facilities in. And like that's something that, like Easterns cricket are doing it, right? Shot.
Slog swept away. That's going to go all the way onto the golf course. Well, stopped by a tree just short of the fairway. But Ludwig Short is playing a very measured innings here. But when the ball is in his zone, he certainly can put it away.
Brilliant shot that. I mean, wow. He's hit it so nicely, like over the boundary there. It's gone. And yeah, I mean, like those places, I mean, like those small places, like there's plenty of talent. I mean, if you go back to guys like Dale Steyn, I mean, Etim Balati, Mandla Mashimbi, I mean, like those guys come from small places. Like there's lots of talent there. Like there's lots of, like untapped talent. So it's key that we go and find that talent.
Just single James. There, I've done it. James Teager.
You've done it as
David
well.
Teager has gone to his 50 in the meantime. What a good innings it's been by the former SA under-19 captain.
Yeah, brilliant knock. I mean, wow. He's always been a good cricketer. I mean, him going to tax as well was always going to be tough. I mean, like there's lots of talented people, you know, like in Pretoria, but he's put himself under pressure, and hopefully, I mean, like in a few years' time, I mean, he'll knock on the door like of the Titans.
Yeah, a lot of these USSA players will be pushing for franchise places. So very grateful to Jeff Toyana for popping in and speaking to us. And more power to you, Jeff, with the really important work you continue to do in South African cricket.
Thanks, Ken. I really, really appreciate it. Cheers, people. Thank you. I did enjoy that, I must say. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thanks, Ken.
Ratul is going to join the attack. Spin at both ends now. Long leg side boundary for Ludwig Schult. Oh, lost his shape a little bit there, short in there. You see him just indicate, trying to hit that through the offside. It's gone behind square on the leg side. Come in, Yukani. It's back with me. David Teager's knock. That's been a very nice one to watch, hasn't it?
Before I get into that, Ken, I felt like I was listening to Come Chat With Me, a podcast with Ken, just a few moments ago. What a great conversation you had with Jeff Toyana. Brilliant conversation, very informative, and nice to know that the future South Africa is really in good hands, as well as the growth is tremendous.
Yeah, Jeff Toyana has really been a great contributor to South African cricket at various levels, lots of levels. Always a privilege to have him alongside us.
Yep, back to the cricketer, David Teager, 51 of 44. Good performance so far.
Belatedly short sprinting the first run, but it's just going to be one. Partnership with 97 now of 90 balls and laying a really good platform, these two batters. Both got off to fast starts, but I've been impressed with how they've played the ebbs and flows of the innings.
Yes, Ken, and I've seen this before. We saw it in the previous game on Wednesday that they played, not on Wednesday, on rather Monday that they played on the 1st of August, and 139 for no loss were USSA against Bangladesh. I'll tell you one thing, it didn't end really well from then onwards. Managed to score only 102 runs for the next 27 overs from the 20th over. And we were there together, Ken, and we were quite critical on how they could have done better. And now today you see a little bit more responsibility in this middle period, but more control, putting pride in that wicket. And that's something I would have loved to see in this kind of period right now.
Oh, some sharp turn and bounce for Ratul to end the over. 105 for 1 after 17. I just get the feeling watching Ludwig Schult today that he's really determined to get a big one. He's got his 40s, he's got his half centuries in this tournament already. Got off to another blazing start, and whereas on Monday, when these teams last met, you were talking about he kind of kept going hard. But today, I think he's just sort of decided to give the bowlers their credit, their due, when they bowl well. And I think he's setting out his stall to try and bat really deep into this innings. Here are the Bangladesh emerging bowling figures. Who's impressed you there, Kamva?
Yeah, definitely Boson, who's
hammered away over the covers with utter disdain by David Teager. That's a hell of a shot. Not the greatest ball, but put away in emphatic fashion.
Yeah, rocked on the back foot quite quickly, hit that over, or slapped that over cover rather. And David Teager has punished everything that he's seen in his sights. And he's done with some great responsibility. Yeah, we saw there Boson with the red on his name, and rightfully so. He showed glimpses of that in the previous game versus USSA. Bowled well, was part of that fight back in that middle period. And now again, today showing some good fight in that 4 overs. That initial spell came out firing was Boson. 102 runs is the partnership now of just 94 deliveries. That boundary was what brought up the 100-run stand. Partnership that has looked really good. It's gotten USSA off to a fantastic start. And from here onwards, they'll want to push on. They'll know that they got themselves in a good position plenty of times in the series with ball in hand, bat in hand, in particular with bat in hand. And this will require a big statement from them to push on from here onwards.
Kept low, surely pitched outside leg stump there.
Yeah, that one just did not bounce, had no life in it. Almost just like landing in a puddle of water. Never wanted to rise at all. That's what you never want to see as a batter. Especially rocking on the back foot. You see the length. You're rocking to play towards leg side and just squats on you. Luckily, hitting outside the line and pitching outside the line.
Short on the brink of his own half century, 49.
I just want to mention, Ken, we've seen quite a few 50s from Musa, and I think definitely also one of the conversations that have taken place is converting those 50s to big hundreds. Not just 100, 101 to 140. Get them into a really outstanding position. You want one of these two guys to push on. Maybe not both, might not be able to get there, but it would be fantastic if they both do. But one of them really needs to anchor on and push on. That will help them to get over that 300 mark.
Just up in the face at the last moment, down to third man for one. Absolutely right, if one of these two can get 100, it just about guarantees you 350, somewhere around there. They already scoring at 6.2 to the over. And we know they've got some good hitters to come lower down the order. That's how David Teager started his innings. Got away very quickly this morning. He was on fire. And still batting it better than run a ball. Too short. It'll just be one handsome shot by David Teager.
Yeah, he plays that back of length really well, especially when there's a bit of width on it. Just gets on top of it. He just makes himself look big. Stands tall and proud over that ball. He's not the tallest of batters as David Teager, but the way he plays that, he gets right on top of that back of length delivery and hits it really hard. And with some control as well. Brings us to the end of the 18th over, 112 for 1. Good position for us.
So we do just need to make a correction of something that was said on commentary earlier today. Bangladesh captain Zakir Hassan not playing today because he's ill. There have been no suspensions or punishments or anything to do with slow over rates. Having had a word with match referee Gerry Pienaar, according to the playing conditions, the only punishment that can be meted out for... Oh, lovely slog sweep by David Teager. And another 6, and that one will go bounding onto the fairway.
Yeah, they've loved that slog sweep today, these two. Yet another 6 in that region. The fairway is having a feast. With both these batters just going down on one knee and clearing the boundary was some comfort, I'd say. Look at that shot.
I think he just had to reach for this one a little bit. So it wasn't totally out of the screws, but more than enough on it. And it was a vacant area of the field as well. So, yeah, just going back to Zakir Hassan. If there's deliberate slowing down of the game, the umpires are allowed to give 5 penalty runs, according to the playing conditions, which obviously will come after a warning to the captain. But there have been no suspensions of any Bangladesh players, so we do apologise for that incorrect statement earlier. Ludwig Schultz has gone to his 50 meanwhile.
And we can only hope Zakir Hassan gets well soon. And we can only hope he's ready and firing for Sunday. And potential final if things go well today.
Yeah, well, it could be a very big game on Sunday for Bangladesh emerging. They've got 2 bites of the cherry to get to the final. Win today and they're there. Or win on Sunday and they're there.
No disrespect to USA, but...
Another one. That's beautifully struck by Teager. Second 6 of the over.
What a shot. What a hit. I used the word disrespect. And have to give some respect to that shot. Powerfully hit again.
This is just where it starts to get difficult for the spin bowler when the batter starts sweeping them. And especially when they're sweeping them for boundaries. Ratul has to come up with a different plan now. That was just the wrong length, too straight. And I see they're still not putting a fielder at Cow Corner, which is interesting. The 2 leg side boundary fielders are at long on and deep midwick, deep square leg.
To be fair, Ken, that ball is not bouncing any closer to that fielder there. It's clear and the boundary is so much ease. So I don't think putting a fielder there will stop the ball going over the line.
Short boundary, yeah. Well, if he does miss it one, you do want someone able to catch it, though. That's the issue.
Yeah, they've hit about 5 there. They've gone at least 15 meters over the boundary. So it's kind of what you choose, where you want to plug your runs or where you want to stop the runs. Just give credit to the batter for playing that stroke. And hopefully you'll just maybe top edge one up to the keeper's gloves or something. But rather than just plugging the fielder there and then finding yourself open in another area.
It's good to see this bit of aggression outside the first power play as we head towards the middle overs. They've been playing the ones game well, milking the bowlers, but now David Teager obviously deciding that he can take the left arm spinner on, and he's done it to great effect so far. Imon continues to shoot. Powerfully pulled away, short arm jab, but picks out deep square leg. Good running catch. And that's how Schultz got out on Wednesday as well. Just the pull shot, a little bit cramped. Not really freeing the arms, but also one feels not really going at it with maximum intent.
Yeah, got the timing wrong there. Spoke about one possibly being mixed timed. Targeting now more the square leg region. And catch taken comfortably. Maybe a slight bit of a juggle, but comfortable at the end. Came to him quite flat and quick on the boundary. Him pretty delighted with that. You can see the expression there. Once picking up that wicket. It's a big shout of maybe a relief more than anything else. Just maybe timing. Bat turned into his hand. Similar dismissal. Maybe an area of his game that he haven't gotten right yet. There's Ludwig's skill. Fortunately, he has to walk off for well played 51 of just 57 deliveries.
Yeah, he'll be really upset with himself for getting out again soon after getting his 50. But some joy for Iqbal Hassan Iman, who, a little bit like Monday's game, opening spell, not very successful, but came back and got better and better and enjoyed more success towards the back end of his quota of overs. So Llewellyn Trotsky, the USA captain, comes to the wicket. Leighton Trotsky, that is.
He'll want to perform really well here, Leighton. And you want to push on for your side. You want to take responsibility of this innings. You want to lead from the front and back up David Teager. And be a good batting partner to him to get him over that 100 mark.
Trotsky hasn't really enjoyed much success with the bat in this tournament. So he'll be eager to make a contribution. He's bowled well, captained well. Looked good at times at the crease without converting.
He hasn't had the best of times with the bat, and he mentioned his bowling has been really good. Look at you in the 4 matches. Scored 79 runs. Scored 150 of 79 of just 103. It's his best. But you want more of the same of what we just saw on the screen now from Leighton Trotsky. And potentially that what you want to replicate and more.
Ludwig Schoot had 4 4s and 4 6s in his innings of 51 off 57 balls. So that's 40 in boundaries out of 51. So over 80, or maybe just under 80% of his runs in boundaries. He's very good in the power play, is Ludwig Schoot. Oh, it's going to be the second wide of the over, way down leg.
Just around about now, everyone made a difference in his second spell alongside Boson. Picked up wickets, dried up the runs, just made things very difficult for USA. And USA will know that in the back of their minds that there's so much pressure on them right now. wanting to correct their wrongs. And I think it's more mental pressure than the current situation. Maybe the current situation doesn't serve the pressure, but in terms of them knowing that they've had those struggles in the middle period, just in that changing room, they'll know that they've got a big responsibility. That middle order hasn't really fired as best as they would have liked. Top order has come good, has led well, has opened well. It's just that backing up in that middle.
Might be another wide. It is. Well, that's going to be the big question. Is also in a similar position as they were in the previous game against Bangladesh emerging. 129 now in the 20th over. They only managed to add another 100 runs in that innings before being bowled out. So are they going to improve on that? Are they going to make the same mistakes again? Big factor is going to be Tiga. Can he keep going? Can he bat through past the 40 over mark? If he does and keeps going the way he has been going, 71 or 54 balls, then USSA will be well on their way to a really big total. Just bowler interrupted. I think there was an issue with slip. Kind of fell over. Standing at slip. Slip finds are quite amusing. The bowler less so because he's got to walk all the way back to the top of his mark and come herring in again. He was just about at the stumps.
Hard sprint.
Nice, good ball.
Almost an extra delivery. Still plenty of encouragement here from the stump mic from the Bangladeshis.
Beautiful.
Rarely will they hear them quiet in the field. There's the Bangladesh unit.
I'm not sure that is such a good ball, to be honest. It's on the pads. Short boundary leg side. Trotsky's just come to the wicket there, so the bowler gets away with it. Might be a different story if he bowls that same delivery to Trotsky in half an hour's time.
You know, something I find always interesting in cricket.
That one really died in the pitch. It was very wide, and now there's going to be an overthrow.
I'm saying, you know what I find always interesting in cricket is that when you are new to the crease and like a wicket keeper, the team says good ball, and you think to yourself, was that a really good ball? It sometimes does play in your mind that you maybe felt that you didn't play it the correct way. So it's all about mind games sometimes, kind of staying on top of the start of the game, even though you know your bowler hasn't bowled the right delivery, the right length. The batter in his mind is thinking, oh, he's bowling well. But if the bowler or a keeper, for example, is mentioned in the moment, oh, not a great delivery, the batter will feel a lot more confident that the bowler's not hitting the stripes. So it's very important that they keep staying positive so that for the mind games to be top of the game in that sense.
Definitely a factor. There's a bit of a talking to from umpire Shezi, the over at 12 minutes behind. He says, so 20 overs, 131 for 2. Ratu continues. So even if USSA just go and run a ball for the remaining 30 overs, they're going to get over 300. One imagines they should without reason. Oh, that might be out on the back foot and gone. That's a massive blow. That will perhaps change the permutations a little bit. David Tiga trapped on the back foot and out. LBW to Ratu.
Deja vu it is for USSA. Good start, and then start is given away by your two set betters walking off in tandem. That one absolutely plump. And the disappointment, you can see David Tiga smashes his bat, knowing that he was the end batter.
I think I know what happened there. If we see the replay again, you'll see as the bowler's about to deliver, Tiga does a little bit of a forward press there. And I think he was presuming that the bowler would bowl it shorter because of that forward press, but instead it was really well pitched up delivery. And Tiga, thinking it would be shorter, went onto the back foot and then chapped LBW trying to play a full ball off the back foot. So, massive wicket for Bangladesh. This could be a massive opportunity, though, for Caden Solomons, who batted really well on Wednesday for his half-century. Busy player, lovely hands, very skillful. And ideally suited to keeping things going in these middle overs.
Yeah, he's got massive responsibilities. Caden Solomons joining his captain Leighton Trotsky in the crease. Yeah. Here's the questions now that need to be answered for USSA. Can they get it right here in this medal phase? Get some runs, still stay positive with pressure being on them. Within a space of 3 overs, 2 wickets have fallen, 2 massive wickets have fallen. Now they have to set themselves up, get themselves in.
Yeah, 2 new batters at the crease, Trotsky on 1, Solomons on 0. And there's no doubt the run rate will probably take a bit of a hit for the next little while.
Yeah, these 2 batters, Solomons and Trotsky, will need to put those 2 wickets behind them and focus on the task at hand. There's plenty of noise around the bat now. Oh, sweep shot into a gap and for 4. Positive stroke. That's the mindset you want to have in this situation, regardless of 2 wickets falling. You still want to stay in the right mind frame.
Rochel just losing his line, the last ball of the over here. This is almost a free hit. Yeah, pitching outside leg stump. Well put away. So, 21 overs gone. And we will have a change of commentary. Pendulo Magubani will be joining myself. Imon will continue from the south end. Oh, that one's taken off. Well played by Trotsky just to drop the hands. But Pendula, there's been a definite lift in energy from the Bangladesh side the last few minutes.
Can't keep good players down at the end of the day. And that's what Iqbal Hassan Imon is.
And there he squares Trotsky up a bit. That was well bowled.
Samir Bashir got the wicket of David Tiga. Maybe tried to do a little bit too much, Tiga. Got himself into big trouble. But he still leaked a little bit of runs from Caden Solomons. But Imon, he can smell blood here and get more damage after getting his first.
Oh, that one's lifted up off a good leg, really nastily into the ribs of Leighton Trotsky. And immediately some concern from the Bangladesh players.
They knew that that was nasty. Rapid ball from Hassan Iqbal Imon. And he's a real fast bowler. He's the only one who's not in the huddle. Picks up off a length. Goodness me, into the midriff. That is not fun to receive. The last time Leighton Trotsky got hit by a ball, it was by Dayan Khalim. Pumped him on the thumb. Off a length under the armpits. That is some nasty work.
And as you say, Pendula, Imon's got some gas. He's no medium pacer, and he just gets seemingly quicker and more energetic the longer he bowls. And he's got his tail up here.
That is a quick and sharp ball from Imon. Because he gets that skitty bounce as well. It just comes at you after it pitches.
Yeah, get some ice on the spot there. Trotsky didn't really do much wrong there. It was the sort of length that you think you should be playing forward to. And it just leapt off the surface.
Really couldn't do much with that. We'll be happy it didn't hit any joint. That was going to do some damage. But it still got his ribs. Look at how it picks up. Oh, you can't do much there. And so you understand the concern from the Bangladeshi fielders, because even if they faced that, I mean, they faced him on all the time. They know what he can do, and they know he delivers some nasty work.
Well, Trotsky is going to carry on bravely. Just having a look at the offending area, that sort of border patch that goes across the pitch on quite a good length. That's what's happened so far today. USA sent into bat by Bangladesh. Emerging lost Jason Muirhead early on, but then excellent partnership between Ludwig Schultz and David Tiger of 119 has laid a platform which has just been shaken a bit in the last 15 minutes. Well left by Trotsky.
The one advantage that USA may have here is, number one, Leighton Trotsky, the last time he was hit on the thumb by Dayan Khalim in that first game, went on to score a wonderful 74. It wasn't enough to help USA win, but he has a 50. And that's the advantage, because Caden Solomons on the other end also played well on Monday, scoring his 52. So both these gentlemen with half centuries.
Key partnership, you feel, you really do, Pendula, just to keep the momentum of that good, solid second wicket partnership going. Don't let Bangladesh in again, because we saw the other day that once you give them a little bit of an opening, they're able to storm through the gap. Nicely played again. There was a bit of bounce there, and Trotsky guiding it nicely through the gully for one.
For the USA team, they're exactly where the coaching staff and the scouters will want them to be. The top order has done what it normally does, and it does it again today, setting a decent platform. And the real test for USA is the middle order. Can they gel together and bind their work with the work of the top order so that USA can maximize their score? And so everyone watching who has interest in the USA team wants to see how they're going to deal with the ship is in the context of this match. It really is. They need to just see off this pressure as Bangladesh are really climbing into this batting lineup.
Right up in the block hole and well fielded off his own bowling.
And And so dot balls don't have to bog them down. It's just them not losing the wickets, especially with Imon bowling. I wouldn't mind Bangladesh actually bringing in Rohanat to come back.
Attempted slog sweep there. Goes awry. Yeah, Imon is bowling his 7th over, so we're only in the 24th. I imagine he might well take a rest after this one. And then, yeah, what one could give Duala Borson another go. He was pretty good in his opening spell.
It's just going to keep that pressure on both Trotsky and Solomons from Deepu. It's about claiming the moments. And this moment here of about 4 to 5 overs for Bangladesh can sway the game to their side. It's partnership of 11 from 20. They don't mind if it goes to 30 in about 55, 60 balls. It's all about just seeing it off. And just like we spoke earlier on, Hassan Iqbal Imon is not going to bowl poorly for all his 10 overs. And so this recovery spell from him is quite excellent. And it's what everyone who has interest in his name knows about Hassan Iqbal Imon. He will want another one. But surely this should be his final over in the spell. Save him over. Still 26 overs in the match to go. You don't want to find yourself without any options.
Yeah, Imon will be heading at the death. Rather speculative appeal, which I can only imagine is for obstructing the field, as Imon hurled that ball back in the stumps. It struck Solomon's on the foot, but he was quite entitled to be there. But a good over from Imon, just the 2 runs off at 2 singles.
It's all about minimizing dot ball percentages for Trotsky and Solomons as they rebuild this partnership. 142 for 3 after 24 overs. And it's what David Teager was able to do well. Less than half of his balls were dot balls. 45% of them were dot balls. So he was working the ball well. All the more disappointing why he couldn't get to his century.
Yeah, it was a brilliant innings from Teague, and then just a misjudgment, really. Playing Ratul off the back foot when he should have been forward. Sometimes I think, as you intimated, MP Patterson can just try and get a bit too clever. When the basics are going well, just stick to them.
And they needed an innings like that to play through. That's what Ntando Zuma offered South Africa emerging on Monday. That's why Faye Tunnicliffe offered the South Africa women emerging versus the Bangladesh women's emerging. It's what Mafijul Islam offered Bangladesh in that first game as well. It's all about making sure that once you get that start, at least you go over halfway of the innings. At least you get to over number 30s. You get close to over number 40 if you can't see off your innings. And the way that David Teager was batting, he was looking like he was going to get there and get there at like 120, 130.
Some nifty footwork by Solomons, but can't get the run.
and also as one of the leaders of the team, you might say. That added tint of responsibility on your shoulders requires you to play a game that is slightly more different. Alas, it's not the case. And so Trotsky and Solomons must build it up, Ken, as we reach halfway of the innings on 143 for 3.
Yeah, 70s are good. But, unless it's a low-scoring game, they're generally not match-winning innings. You need hundreds for that to really produce a match-winning innings. And Short in the same boat, also getting out straight after reaching his half-century. And we've just seen now how Trotsky has faced 20 balls for 6 runs. Solomon's a dozen balls for 7. Takes a bit of time to get in and to find some fluidity, as we are going to have a change of bowling at the south end. Imon takes a well-deserved break after a very good spell, in which he got the wicket as Short. It looks like Borson is back with us. Good start.
That's a great call from Deepu. Good captaincy. Imon had a bad spell to start off, but boy, did he recover brilliantly. And so now, after that spell, you need to back it up. Rohanat Dula Borson has only bowled 4 overs, so he still has around a 3-over spell here that he can deliver. And he also has a wicket.
Oh, flies off the edge. But in between Gully and the single slip.
That's what Rohanat Dula Borson was doing. That's what he was doing. He was getting the ball to just kick up off a length. He was getting the ball to do something off the surface. He's got good pace behind him too, Rohanat Dula Borson. And you saw with that ball versus Trotsky, was in big trouble trying to deal with it.
Yeah, Borson is a tall guy. He hits the deck quite hard as well. He's made a few leap uncomfortably. Solomon's on the hop.
And that's what's going to happen. You're just going to be a little bit more tentative when you see balls like these. Leighton Trotsky already ate one on the ribs, off a similar length really. And so he's made a good adjustment, knowing that if it's around that area, let me just lean back a little bit, not me overcommit. Even though he played it with soft hands, it rushed him, and it still hit the splice of the bat.
Oh, a lot of appreciation for the delivery up there in the block hole.
Definitely deserves it. It's worthy for how well he's bowling here. He's looked good from the start, Borson. You would have thought that he would have more than 1 wicket with the style of bowling that he's produced.
He was hoping that those leaping deliveries had taken away the footwork of the batter a bit, but Solomons does well, and now he's got to the other end with a neatly placed single.
Big fast bowler, Chaudhry Rizwan, stopping that at a short third. And this is good work from Bangladesh. They know that they currently have the upper hand, and so their attacking options are rather open. Here I wouldn't even mind them putting a 1.5 slip fielder against Leighton Trotsky.
Yeah, there is a slip. He's like a 2.5. Oh, that could be dangerous. Oh, goodness. Trotsky set off and calling for the run, and then changed his mind after a few paces. Solomons was charging and had to scramble back. I wonder if a direct hit would have been interesting.
No, it was well out of his ground. halfway through. Great commitment.
Oof, touch and go. I think if it had been a direct hit. Lucky escape. These two just need to have a little bit of a chat about the running between the wickets.
The fielding is backing it up here from Bangladesh. Their body language is lively. There's chatter around the ground. There's players throwing their bodies around. There's players shying for the stumps. If they miss, there's extraordinary backup, making sure that it doesn't go even worse. And now they're applying more pressure, putting in the leg spinner. Animal Islam Biplop will come in for Bangladesh emerging.
Well, nicely in the earlier meeting between these two sides. Slip in place.
Yeah, Caleb Slaker bowled really well on Monday, showing what leg break can do on the surface. Biplop.
Different pitch, of course, today, different venue. These two teams met at Tux Oval previously. I fancy this pitch might even be a little bit more spin friendly than the Tux one.
Might agree with you on that. There were moments where it was gripping and turning in Groenkloof, but it was moments. You couldn't back the spin enough. I think an added factor also, Ken, is that this is more bouncier. It's giving extra to the bowlers. We've seen that from the pacers, and especially particularly from this end. It just gives you more with extra grass coverage here for Biplop.
Little foray down the pitch from Chosky, but still can't get it through. Every dot ball is being really applauded, cheered, and it just raises the pressure.
It's also because it feels as if Bangladesh are now starting to really cage the USA team. Boundaries are no longer as easy coming. Both Trotsky and Solomons still haven't reached double figures despite facing nearly 3 to 4 overs each, respectively. And so they will feel that they need to just inject a bit more life in the innings. But like I said, I think them just keeping there until around over number 33, 34, Ken, they'll see off all of the dangers of Biplop and they'll see off the dangers of Imon and Boson. Then they can start working a little bit more.
Slip would have been interested in that last shot. Solomon's aiming leg side. The ball scooted off the inside edge on the offside. Hit hard, but it will just be 1 too long off. End of a very tidy over by the leg spinner Biplop, just 3 runs off it. I was impressed with his control in his previous game.
He does have it. Animal Biplop, 26-year-old, plays for Bush Bashundara Strikers in the Dhaka Premier League. So he does have experience. He's played a couple of T20s for Bangladesh as well. Biplop.
Certainly the Bangladesh emerging side has a lot more senior experience than the USSA 11. Force on again. Finding that length just makes it awkward for the batter.
Yeah, good luck trying to score off that. And it's also picking up for you. Makes it all the more tougher. And even if they try to manipulate the face of the bat to get the ball into different areas of the field. There seems to be Bangladeshi fielders everywhere.
Oh, got him. Solomon's feeling chained down. And the pressure tells, and the wider delivery, he threw his arms at it. Gets the edge, caught behind Solomon's. And Bangladesh's day just keeps getting better and better.
This is wonderful cricket from Bangladesh. It's great cricket. You've starved them of runs, starved them. The lengths have been excellent. So here's a nice wide one that you can free your arms off, Caden Solomons. And that is exactly how they got the wicket. Very smart bowling, and this is what pressure brings to the teams. We're going to have drinks with the wicket of Caden Solomons, and now it's USA in real big trouble with the score on 148 for 4.
সাবিল ভাই আপনার জন্য পানি খাইলাম না বসরা এখানে লরু গেলাম লরু ভাই বা দুইটা লেফটি টাইম আরো কম লাগবে ভাই bring it down আরো দুইটা ওভার করা না এটাকে পারতে পারবে না ওইটাকে করা উচিত একটু সেটটা হইছে তারপর নাকি ঢুকাই দিস
Yeah, you just saw the match situation after Bangladesh emerging won the toss and elected to bowl first. Had early success through Emon with the, I beg your pardon, through Borson with the wicket of Muirhead. And then took some strain when Ludwig Short and David Teager were going great guns. But since then, it's been a wonderful fight back with the ball. Where's O'Kriba, the new batsman? Borson. He is bowling really well, finding an awkward length and getting awkward bounce.
Yeah, I was wondering how long until they put a slip fielder in there. Just didn't make sense that the only player they had was a gully. Now Robin just slides down to that slip position, and with deliveries like these, they can easily grab edges, grab gloves. Nothing much Greba could do with that.
New batter, you've got to have some catches with the ball taking off like this. That's a lovely shot though by Wes O'Kriba. I've been so impressed with his play off the back foot, especially the straight bat shots in this tournament. It's a real strength of his.
Yeah, Greba can play. He can bat. And he plays with a sense of composure in his game too. Doesn't fetch plays. He doesn't overexert himself. He just plays the ball on its merits. There's open space at deep point, and he finds it.
That will be wide. Yeah, Wes O'Kriba has made a couple of useful contributions. He's made starts But without going on to something substantial, he's got 22 and a bit overs here today to bat and get himself a decent score. He definitely looks in the sort of form and has the ability to do it.
Yeah, little bit fearful captaincy from Bangladesh. If your new batter comes in and they get a ball that is hittable for 4, you don't then change your strategy because a poor ball was hit for 4. He's still a new batter. He's still in there for 3 balls. You still want Boston to bowl that hard length outside the off stump. You still want to have your slip fielder in there. One good shot doesn't change that.
Well, they do have a gully comes for the third slip who was in place. Just trying to think who. It does block off a strong scoring area for Kriba having the deep point there. But yeah, perhaps there was another fielder who could have been moved into the catching department. Yeah, especially, and there's even an argument that early in his innings, because it's a shot he's strong at, leave the gap open for him. So he goes for it, and you could well find the edge.
I agree with you fully, Ken. They had a conventional backward point for him. So if you already have a conventional backward point, might as well just push him back onto the boundary and he covers that space for 1 or 2s. But you keep your attacking options in play. However, wickets are starting to tumble now for South Africa, and it could have been USA, and it could have been worse.
There's another one. Chosky rather throws it away after doing all the hard work. Not sure what he was thinking there. First ball of the over. And he's hit it straight down the throat of deep mid-off.
It's getting worse. We were just seeing the fall of wickets, and that the wickets are starting to fall consistently now. Berblomp gets the ball to just keep straight with the line. Leighton Trotsky hits it straight to Moin Khan standing at mid-off. Can't get them easier. And where the ripples start to show for Isa, the cracks widen, and then they start leaking wickets. They've lost 5 now, and all of a sudden, our chance of 300, which have been the story of the tour, really, Ken. When USA begins, we're saying, yeah, they're looking good for 250, they're looking good for 300. And once you get to over number 30, it's them fighting to get to 200. The wickets just keep falling, and now their entirety of their top order is gone. And they only contributed 149 runs to the innings. You at least want one of them to keep going, and that should have been David Teager for his 72 or Schultz for 51. But they're in a bad space, 153 for 5 now.
Well, one has to question the decision-making, really. You've just lost a wicket in the previous over. Trotsky, you fought your way through your first 25 balls. And, what are you thinking? What's the plan? What are you doing, trying to hit it over a deep mid-off? Against the turn, leg spinner bowling. Just a poorly thought out option, one would have to say. Seth Vleermuis comes to the crease. Can be dangerous with the bat, but at the moment he's dealing with a rampant Bangladesh emerging side. That's flighted up very generously. Gives them 1 to get off the mark.
So now all the time that Caden Solomons and Leighton Trotsky played, it's gone to the gutter because they've now both lost their wickets, and it's both Vleermuis and Greiba who need to restart it again, and so they're going to have to take the same amount of time. They now have to take fewer time to actually get themselves going. And if Solomons and Trotsky could not get going, what are the chances that this is going to happen now for USA?
Well, they've played right into the hands of Bangladesh emerging. That's the annoying thing when you do all the hard work of getting yourself in, coming through a testing tough situation, and then to get out softly, it really is very frustrating.
Yeah, and that's where you're going to ask yourself, where could we have done better? And the only better they could have done is trying to rotate strike. And the wickets that they lost, Ken, is them trying to bully the bowling, which is bullying them. The ball is at the top right now, and of course it's going to come out as victors.
Lofted straight to a wide mid-on, come straight mid-wicket. Kleber. He likes to play off that back foot, likes to punch the ball. And perhaps just going a bit hard at that one, maybe stuck in the surface a bit. But the tumble of wickets continues.
Yeah. The crack now is one big hole. Even the one in Kimberley will be jealous. It's starting to really crumble for USA. Where's Okriba? Trying to just pocket the ball so that he can get one. And the Madiba's man falls. And you see the idea that he was trying to do, but just played through the ball way too early. Batter's wide open face. And the bat is flicking the ball up. Too much bottom hand too, and it's just not the way to go out. It's so soft. And he knows that he should have done better. He's a much better player than that. All of that space he was trying to get into, and he plays it straight to mid-wicket. How often does that happen?
Well, you saw the frustration punching the back of his bat. As Cole Francis batted nicely the other day for a 40 not out. Got a big job to do again today. Again, a friendly full toss from Biplop. First ball to the new batter.
You'd expect leg spinners to give you one like that every now and again. 29 overs done, 155 for 6. Ken Borland will make way for Gamva. Nice little chat he had earlier on with one of South Africa's legends, Coach Jeff Toyana. Can rewind the stream back to about over number 15-16 to catch up on the conversation Ken had with Coach Toyana. And in that same time, you will see the Tiga and Schultz partnership with 119 runs. It felt for a change that the USA team were going to do differently. But apart from Trotsky's and Solomon's 17, which took 42 balls, everything else has just been a little bit of a disaster. No other partnership except those two in double digits. And with Rohanat bowling the way that he's bowling, it doesn't seem like another double-digit partnership might come to pass here for USA. They'll be hoping that story is slightly different. Kamvanyegana joins us in commentary.
Yeah, again, another sorry story for USA after finding themselves in a really good position, giving it away after having two set batters.
Oh, that might be going down the leg side. The batter was not, the bowler was not fully convinced. Umpire Islam does not agree with his countrymen either.
Yeah, this downfall of USA has to be studied. It really has to be studied as we look at that. Oh, that is close. Umpire took his time there, he studied that, and may have found that maybe might have touched bat first.
That was very aligned. That was middle and leg. That line is called two leg. Was looking pretty strong. Cole Francis, a tall lad, did well to go down and take that ball away. And depending on how well Boson bowls this over, it might probably be his last for his spell. And what a spell it has been of 3 overs. Just relentless pressure, pace, bounce, and skill. He's clearly targeting the wickets now. Francis is going to turn around, come back for 2. Good running. They need more of that.
Plenty more of that is required to rescue this position they're in.
Haven't been giving them much to work with either. And it's extraordinary bowling. You want to ensure that even if you're at the back end of the innings, the ball is a little bit deader, you're still hitting the deck hard. Actually, now it's all the more reason to hit the deck even harder.
You know, I wonder if, is it Bangladesh taking time to warm up with their bowling, or is this also collapsing? Because I'm really confused exactly what causes this downfall for USA.
Could be also just something in the mind, something in the head that just needs a little bit of rewiring, that you can do it. 157 for 6 after 30. There could be so many factors, because if it happens for the first time, you say, okay, maybe it was an off day. It happens for the second time, you start thinking about it as a pattern. Now, when it happens for the third time, you are seeing it happen. There's even more pressure for you not to be part of the cause of it happening. That's why Trotsky and Solomons batted the way that they batted. But in that period, it has put in pressure to the rest of the batters for some reason, which it shouldn't be, because they still have 20 overs to bat. Still have more than enough time to try and accumulate their runs.
They have plenty of time. We spoke about the importance of that partnership at that time when it was 129 for 1, where we felt David Teager and Ludwig Skilled would push on and find ways to rotate strike, and how crucial it was after that power play for them to just push on and be able to rotate the strike and then set up even a better platform. And regardless of them still doing that, still batting well, just no one came in and just backed up what they did initially.
It did not help. It really did not help that the wicket of Teager fell, and then in the very next over, the wicket of Schultz fell. That was the changing point.
I understand Bendula, 2 wickets in a row does put a lot of pressure into the batting lineup. Doesn't mean, though, that there should be a collapse or a drastic halt on your innings. Still something can be done where you bowl an innings, bowl the partnership. And I felt like there was no proper, way of bowling. I don't know, or rather say a plan that was put in place to bowl the partnership. I think it was more so let's get out of this pressure situation we're in, rather than a plan on how to get out of the situation that we're in at that time.
It was good intent showed by Teager. It was excellent intent showed by Teager when he started off his innings. And as Teager started playing more of his expressive shots, Schultz was also in the wayside doing the exact same thing. And so when both of them lost their wickets, it started a ripple effect for the innings for USA. First Schultz and then Teager in the very next over. And so when Solomons and Trotsky came in together, Bangladesh smelling the blood, their intent was not the same as when Teager came in. It was not the same as when Schultz was batting with Muirhead, for instance. They do as what you say. Got into a little bit of a shell. Let's see off this period. And so after those 2 wickets, there was a 5-over spell of not a single boundary being scored. And after that 5-over spell, one has to try and get a boundary, they feel. And that's what happened. See, even now, Cole Francis is searching for something big, and they just missed timing the ball. And that's what happens to Caden Solomons. He was trying to go for a big heave over the point area, gets a top edge, caught by the wicketkeeper behind. And then a very next over after that, Leighton Trotsky is going for a booming drive through mid-on. He skies it into the air and gets caught. And that is because of those 5 overs where there were no runs being scored basically by South Africa, no boundaries being scored. And all of a sudden, they started to tumble. So that 8 from 27, that 10 from 20, they need to look back and reflect on how can we spend those 27 balls and turn them to 15 runs? How can we spend those 20 balls and turn them to 14 runs? That just applies a different kind of pressure to the bowlers.
You look at that innings from Leighton Trotsky, epitomizes what you're talking about. The lack of rotation of strike, 8 of just 27 balls. Just welcoming the pressure, absorbing the pressure, and then not converting it at all. Oh, inside edge, another wicket falls at a crucial time. It just goes from bad to worse for USA.
Change of bowling. This is great captaincy from Deepu. I love what I'm watching here from the Bangladesh boys because they know that they are at the top. One end is for their strike bowlers. They've used Hassan Iqbal Imon. He struck. Then they bring in Rahanat Boson. He strikes. And now it is Chaudhry Rizwan, their third seamer. And now he's also striking. That is fantastic captaincy, understanding the moment that you are at the top. Giving your other bowlers a rest and then Rizwan coming in and paying the job. Big bounce. Couldn't get on top of it, Fleer the Mouse. He got way too much on top of it, really. And chops it back to the stumps. Not a great dismissal.
Yeah, not great at all. Spoke about the downfall of USA. Tough times it is for USA. Real tough times. It's just worrying sounds for the coach. You don't know what to do from here onwards. You thought the game on Monday, that collapse was really bad. This one is worse. It's just about batting through the innings now, really.
They must try. Thando Prusent comes in. He can hold his own with the bat. Strange that his picture's holding nothing. Hopefully he can hold the bat pretty well, though, Thando Prusent, and help his team out of this strange situation. But Rizwan is on the money. Put a slip fielder in there, Bangladesh. What are you afraid of? Put in a slip fielder in there. He's getting extra bounce. New batter in. Might get the splice and the glove. Put a slip fielder. What have you got to lose?
Put him in. As Bindula cries out. Yeah, why not? Batter is nervous, I'm sure, without a doubt. Might be pushing one at one. The last thing you want is to miss out on your 8th wicket when it's given to you.
Yeah, they're setting up for a short ball here. Mid-wicket in, deep square leg, deep fine leg. But his smarts, Thando Prusent, they've opened up that gap. It's good batting from Prusent, and that's exactly what I thought was going to happen. With the little change from Rizwan, I really believed that he was going to go to attack the stumps. But just gives a 1 for Prusent. Still keeping the same field for Cole Francis. So just a little bit straighter, under the armpit, on the hip. Bang! On the stumps is an even better line. You wanted to be straight. That is what he was setting up for. It seems like the ball kept relatively low as well on Cole Francis. But doesn't change the fact whether it's low or high. It has clattered the stumps, and Chaudhry Mohammad Rizwan with the second one in his over.
Yeah, Bangladesh all over USA. Not the first one to keep low. That one kept extremely low. Jag back in. Found Cole Francis on the back foot and ripped up the furniture. Good delivery, good line, good length. And I'm sure Cole Francis was thinking of that shorter one. Good setup.
Yeah, with that setup of the field, go for the stumps. What are you doing bowling the ball on the offside? It's not going to work. You're just going to be giving off free runs. Go straight. That's what happens there for Cole Francis. It's devilish. Devilish bounce. Does absolutely nothing to assist the batter. Everything happening for Bangladesh here. And a huge collapse for USA. Massive collapse.
Yeah, we spoke about that snake when it was spiking up earlier in the innings. Bendula was saying, oh, we'll see the 300 figure coming up shortly. Tell you what, you might even see 200 at this point in time. Look at those dots. They just are going together as a pair.
Bongi Mhlanga. He also can wield the bat a little bit, the spinner. Hey, but he's not facing spin here. He's facing some fiery stuff from Chaudhry Mohammad Rizwan. He's taken 2 wickets in his over already. 2 bowled, 1 with extra bounce. Chopped back into the stumps, 1 keeping low. Up into the air. Mhlanga off the mark. Come back for 2 here. But even then, the 2 didn't look too convincing.
Yeah, it wasn't convincing at all. Didn't even run it hard. Maybe he doesn't want to face a lot of the seam. Sometimes when the nerves are hitting, you just want to sit on the other end and just watch. It's the best position to be in the house, especially when a bowler like Rizwan is steaming in. You can almost hear him coming. He's coming with the breeze right at you. I'm sure the Bangladeshi seamers are loving these conditions here down in South Africa. Not used to all this pace and bounce. It's also cool conditions.
Oh, my jaw just dropped a little bit there. Not because of the wide bowled by Mohammad Rizwan. That's a non-factor with the wickets falling. My jaw dropped because of the wickets falling. Last 5 overs, 5 wickets, and only 16 runs in 5 overs. Simply not good enough from the USA team. 3 runs to the over for each wicket. Disastrous batting performance and a disastrous collapse.
Gets the inside half of the bat. Nothing has come out the middle. It's all Bangladesh at this point in time. Oh, yeah.
Good luck to them here, USA. Having a tough time after 32 overs. 165 for 8. My biggest worry here is the quality of bowling of Bangladesh. The pacers, Imon, Boson, Rizwan. Their bowling has just been a touch better than what we have seen from the USA team's bowlers. Cole Francis, Conrad Mouton is not playing in this. Thando Prusent. And so you ask yourself, with the bowling that we're seeing from Bangladesh restricting the score, can USA bowl just as well? Unfortunately, they haven't shown that they can. And that will be another big worry, is that they will have a score of around 170, 180. Can they defend it? Yes, Biplop.
How good was he? On Monday. Also bowled very tightly, did Biplop. Accurate. Stump to stump, and he's replicated that performance here.
Animal Islam, just 26 years old. He's played 10 matches for Bangladesh, so he has a bit of experience. 12 international wickets. He'll want to knock his doors back into that Bangladesh team. Oy, what happened there? Ball just dying. It looked very short.
Yeah, you talk about USA being able to bowl as well. My biggest concern is 2 games they managed to get over 240, but weren't able to defend it. And they look like, they might get under 200. That's a big ask. That's asking guys haven't really put together good performances with a ball in hand to have their best performance of the series. I'm not saying it's impossible, they can't do it, or there's not enough talent in there, but it is extremely big ask against this Bangladeshi side who are hungry to get into that final. And I doubt the Bangladeshi team will just let this opportunity slip of just releasing that pressure away from them in getting to the next game. I'm sure they'll also want to rotate a few of the players leading into the final when they get victory here, if they do find a way to win from this position.
The likes of Mafijul Islam, Robin at the top of the order. Mahidul Islam, Ankon in the middle. We saw a wonderful 71 from Iftikhar Hossain Titi. Shahadat Hossain can also bat a bit. So we've seen the work being done by Bangladesh. They'll want to replicate some of their performances. Now the ball is really starting to grip and turn for Biblop. To end is another fantastic over from the leg spinner. Just one run coming out of it. USA in tons and tons of rubble and trouble. 166 for 8 after 33.
And you're asking lower order batters to dig you out of trouble at 166 for 8. You spoke about that snake exactly. You can just see it was going up, and then it just hit a plateau. And you spoke about it avoiding it going to the plateau. Now it's hit the plateau with dots. And that's the biggest concern. It's a case sometimes to hit a plateau with maybe still wickets in hand, and then you know you can still do a recovery job. Now you've lost wickets. And not just few, plenty of wickets.
There's a slight little plateau on that worm after over number 10 going to over number 13. And that was the transition of the partnership of Tiga and Schultz out of the power play into the next phase of the innings. So they did take runs away, Bangladesh, for just 3 overs until the boundaries came back again from Tiga and Schultz. And so they just couldn't do that recovery job again later on. And that's the signal of intent I was speaking about from Trotsky and Solomons. That when Tiga and Schultz were backed into a corner, they were backed only for a little amount of time until they understood where they can score their runs again. But they never, ever got bogged down totally. So take a look at over number 10 to over number 15. There's a little shallowing of the worm, and then it rises up again up to over number 20, and those double hits from over 20 and 21 really set this motion in play.
I wish we could see a comparison of the same snake from Monday. It looked almost exactly the same. Outside of that early wicket, there was no early wicket that had fallen on Monday morning. They batted through the first 20 overs, scored 139 for no wickets lost. From the 21st over, you could just see dots, then the plateau. 102 runs scored in the last 27 overs. And then you just wondered to yourself, really, a lot has to be done better. You thought they would have corrected it today.
Up in the air, they are really not getting it right. Robin, the perfect sidekick, takes the catch for Mohammad Rizwan. 166 for 9 now for USA. Bongim Mhlanga loses his day.
Yeah, the end is near. The end is really near. Via Rizwan. He wants to wrap the innings up pretty quickly and go hang his feet and allow his batters to do the rest of the job. He's done a brilliant job since he's been put back on. In his second spell is Rizwan. Come with plenty of energy and pace. Spoke about how the Bangladesh teamers are loving these conditions here in South Africa. They're making full use of them, not just loving them, but making full use of these winter conditions, beautiful surfaces out here as well.
This is just not good enough from USA. It's painful to watch, and I'm sure for the coaching team, it's even more painful for them. What a partnership from Tiga. What a partnership from Ludwig Schultz. What soft wickets for them to lose, for the situation to be the way it is. 051 615 1757. Call the number. That's how it looks like here for the USA team. 119 looked like was going to be a jaffa of an innings. And they constructed it in just 106 balls. What went wrong? Here's Mohammad Rizwan. Bowling to Isosa Aiba. Bang! He gets Isosa Aiba and closes the innings with a peach dime of a delivery from Rizwan. Absolutely perfect bowling after over number 21 for Bangladesh. Nothing short of magnificent. The captaincy top of class, bowling changes top of class, bowling execution top of class, and for USA team lacking, and they lose their 10th.
Yeah, all credit to Bangladesh there for fighting back and bowling so well. They were in a dire situation where a partnership was looking so dangerous, but they fought back. They showed heart and courage via their seamers, their spin, and they do it again to USA. It's all deja vu for USA, and even worse now. And we'll look at that collapse. I'll call it. I don't know if the collapse explains it really well. Look at that. You look at the top of the order there, David Teager and Ludwig Skill, the only two batters that had to say, and everyone else barely contributed. Absolutely disappointing. I know they would have loved to do better, but just not good enough. Really not good enough. Only one batter over 10 with the contribution. Barely any attempts to put in partnerships. Those who did try to put a partnership was pretty slow in Trotsky and Caden Solomons. 8 of 27, 10 of 20. Then everyone else under 5. Yeah, you want more from that middle order. You want more from those guys that have been given good accolades in the USA tournaments, in these Div 2 performances. You want to see better.
They lost 8 wickets for just 40 runs. Not even 8. They lost 9 wickets for 40 runs. They lost those 9 wickets in just a span of 14 overs. What a turnaround. Mohammad Rizwan, 4 for 28 in his 7 overs. The biggest decision was bringing back Hossan Iqbal Imon and Boson in those mid-periods where they came back. Imon getting 1, Boson getting 1 as well to finish his 2. That was the change, and it allowed Ratul and Biplomp to finish it off in the end, and then Rizwan to just clean the surface. Moin will be the only one who'll say, what surface were you guys bowling on? Because he felt the brunt of Tiga and the brunt of Schultz, but everyone else playing their mark. Only 8 extras as well, so they were not giving anything away for free. And 166 runs. Got to feel like they've left tons of runs out there.
Yeah, they would have felt they've left tons of runs out there, but yeah, lack of responsibility with bat in hand. They would have seen these seamers before. They would have seen them, they experienced them, they know how they bowl. It's not like they're new to them. Yes, I'd say earlier in the series, you would have felt it was maybe something new to them. They faced them, they experienced it in the middle period. All these batters, they should know better. They do know better. And I feel like they didn't show better today. And very disappointing. And I hold these guys so highly, this USA side, with a big opportunity to face an international side, a big platform for them. I know there's a lot of pressure coming in, but that, you look at that, Snake just tells the story. Really just tells the story.
Yeah. Wickets just falling from over number 20, and that's when they got that control. There was a little bit of a gap between over 20 and 27, where Solomons and Trotsky were trying to rebuild it, but they lost their wickets in consecutive overs. That was enough to spring the end of the innings. 166 posted by the USA team after Bangladesh won the toss and elected to bowl first. 167 runs will be needed to win for Bangladesh as we head on over for lunch.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Here for the second innings between USSA and Bangladesh emerging. It was the Bangladesh emerging who won the toss and decided to bowl first and put USSA into bat. And USSA had a relatively good start before a dramatic collapse in about 14 overs and had to leave the innings at 166 all out. It's now Bangladesh getting started their second innings, and it's so Sahib but to open up the bowling from the bland end. I'm obviously not alone in commentary. He goes around by the name of MP, but his full name is Mpendula Makubani. Welcome back.
Speaking to Boson, Ratadula Boson, like, well bowled, bruh, as he's having his lunch. Like, yeah, what's your name? MP. No, what's your full name? Pendula. Like, yeah, let's keep it to MP, which makes sense.
The reason I mentioned MP is because I heard you explaining to him during the lunch break, so I thought I should bring up MP. But MP is a nice nickname to keep it short for those who can't say Pendulu.
Nice and easy. First two letters, it's like calling you KA.
No.
And that's what Robin is going as. His nickname, Mafijul Islam. He has Isosa. Nothing hard about saying Isosa. Iba coming in. He's been the top bowler for the USA team. At times he would be a little bit inconsistent, but when he gets it going, he just starts taking wickets. Isosa hasn't gone wicketless the entire tour.
Yeah, and I think what he's been different to his teammates is that he's been able to group his deliveries more consistently, more than any other bowler in the USA setup. And he's been really impressive of how he's gone about his business, especially when he's warmed up, when he's started to change gears. It's really good to watch.
Speaking of the players who have been good to watch, Mafijul Islam Robin has had some good starts for Bangladesh, particularly the one he played for 40, where Bangladesh got bowled out for 89 runs. Shows his value. Mafijul Islam getting 34 then in the second game versus USA. It's not batting alone though, this game of cricket.
However, still trying to find his areas. That one a tad bit short and wide. It was there to hit, to be cut away, but doesn't get the connection.
I'm interested in seeing how Bangladesh are going to tackle this. Sohan on strike. Bang! Does it have distance? It doesn't. Do they have the legs? Yes, they do. What an insanely good catch. What a completely ridiculous grab. And that is the first wicket down for Bangladesh.
Wow. What a catch. A brilliant catch over his head. And now standing on. Where's the Kriba? It was up in the air for a long time. Covered plenty of ground, kept his eyes on it. And look at that. What a take. The landing, the finish. And look at his teammates coming through. They know how big that wicket is. Early wicket. Defending a low score, you have to take those opportunities. USA right on top of things.
That is a widely good catch from Wezo Kriba. His surname means Berry. B-U-R-I. Put it under the ground, and that's what he Oh, it's in Xhosa.
Finish.
NgesiZulu ugqiba is bury. So ngumZulu made a mistake. In Xhosa, it's finish. And he finished that very well.
Thank you, Pendula.
Getting my Xhosa lessons very quickly here. Our producer's Xhosa, Liapothelwa. My co-commentator's Xhosa, Kamvanyigana. They're looking at me. Don't come here with your Zulu takes. Because Gqiba means bury in Zulu, but it means finish. That's Xhosa. What a catch. To bury the wickets and to finish the catch.
You always want to get your way, don't you?
Mpendulo.
Well, South Africa, USA find themselves with a bit of momentum behind them. They'll surely believe now. I know it's a slow total. And they'll want to use the momentum they have right now. Bendulo, always with Bendulo.
Shahadat Hussain, he comes in. No Gqiba there. 26 runs in the 3 games that he's played so far. He's been batting at a decent strike rate for the tour. Close to 100, but just not enough runs yet. Not enough runs yet for Shahadat Hussain. Thando Prusent. He's had a difficult time, Thando Prusent, throughout the tour. I love the fact that they are still backing him. And for the first time, they're giving him the new ball. Maybe this is where he's going to shine, Thando Prusent.
Yeah, he had a tough time in that first game versus SA Emerging. He was hit everywhere and he struggled. Look at his match figures. Hasn't picked up any wickets yet in the series. And you look at the economy rate. He's gone for plenty. Tell you what. He'll want to make a name for himself here in the series. Never too late. You can turn things around. And what a time to come stand up and perform for your side.
With these 2 balls, it's already better than whatever he has bowled throughout the tour. His last 3 deliveries last match showed glimpses of what he can do before he was cut off the attack. And now he's just carrying on from that form a little bit, Thando Prusent, because he really was all over the place. That's why they only given him 5 overs in 2 games. I like this move. And he's bowling better. David Tiga with an excellent stop at the covers. It's going to be 2 runs covered by Ludwig Schult.
And one thing we're really great at as humans, we forget a lot of the time, sometimes, when you do something great in the moment. And if you can pull off a great performance here, a lot of those teammates, they will back him. And we as a public will forget about what he's done previously in the series or in those 5 overs. He has bowled. He can really, if he can pull off a performance, a match-winning performance, maybe 3, 4, 30 odd of whatever the numbers are, will make a massive difference. And for his confidence, for his team, for the context of the series, to make Sunday's game a very, very good watch.
Yeah, that big wicket, first wicket, it's always a big one. Coming in the first over, like we said, Asosa Aiba has been taking wickets every single match that he's played so far. And he adds on to that tally. Thando Prusent will do everything to at least get 1. He's bowling with good speed behind his balls, though, Prusent. Just way within his length. Or line, rather.
Yeah, can't afford to give any extras away. You saw Bangladesh was very accurate in how they went about. Only gave away 8 extras in their 33.5 overs that they bowled. But the important thing is picking up wickets. I'll tell you what, the score's pretty low that they're defending. But if you make that 160 something odd look like 220, when you do pick up wickets, then it's a total different game.
Slapped. David Tiga's a good fielder, but even good shots cannot be stopped. And that's Robin's superpower. Super shot. Goes for 4.
Yeah, super shot. that was required there for a poor delivery. Short and wide. Not good. Tanda Prusent continues his struggles, but anything, a wicket can change all of that.
Though he got hit, it's much better than what he's been bowling in the last 2 games. He had already bowled beamers and some no balls. So it's good progression for him, even though that just strays down to the leg side from an emerging point of view. And for what USA are looking for, you want to see this recovery from Tando Prusent, and he's recovering it well, and hopefully he does get a spell of 3 to 4 overs and at least get 1 wicket in this power play.
Yeah, and there also has been a tendency when he hasn't had the best of starts to be pulled off. The first game, he bowled 1 over, he was pulled off immediately. And you want to, for his own confidence, to continue on and bowl a full spell. Not just a full spell, but a spell that would get his team into a good position. Get early wickets. That's the responsibility he's been given now. To take that new ball and do something with it.
Good bounce. He really does have good mechanics, Tando Prusent. It's just that the head is not correct starting this tour. It's the end of the second over, 10 for 1. Ken and I at the start of this match were speaking of the USA games being played in December, dead bang in the middle of the cricket season. So you've played tons of cricket getting into the USA. You've had camps, you've had team getaways, and you've had tons of cricket under your legs and under your arms. Right now, none of that. We are in August, 3 months after the end of the season. This is pre-season. The team hasn't been together, like you said, Gamvad, only joining each other 3 days before the start of this particular tour. So hopefully Tando Prusent has gotten the backing now and the confidence to keep going.
Yeah, and the important part here, even if he's not really hitting the straps and maybe not picking up wickets, he still has a responsibility to play as the opening bowler. We spoke about partnerships in batting, how important it is to bowl an innings. And this is also an innings of some sort in terms of bowling in partnerships. Yeah, you see Asosa Heva picked up his early wicket. It's about backing him up, just drying up the runs the other end. You don't have to go out searching for wickets. That maybe cost you a few runs on board. So just hit your lines and lengths, try up the runs, and maybe you get 1 or 2 runs in that over. Then allow Asosa Heva just to hit his areas consistently. He's been one of the better bowlers here for USA during this tri-series.
Yeah, and today's his rhythm is looking better. I kind of wish that USA had 1 more game to play. Just 1 more, because I feel as if something is starting to click for them. It's unfortunate that they broke down as they were batting. But with the look of Prusent's improvement and now Asosa's improvement, look at those, looking pretty good. Even the catch from Griba. Everything was just looking much better for the USA team.
Yeah, and what I felt has happened so often in the series for them is that they'll get one discipline right of the game. It can be their batting will go really well, but the other end won't back it up. And that's been the concerning thing for me. And yes, there's also been obviously faults in their batting where they haven't pushed on and maybe gone to that 200 mark, 300 mark or 280 mark. But I think to add on that, 240 wasn't bad totals, but then they would find that they wouldn't really back it up with good bowling performances.
Puts a lot of work for Trotsky, the captain, as well, on how to work his bowlers around throughout the innings. And so a much better start for Asosa Aiba, already gotten the wickets. Captain Shahadat Hossein Deepu, he's in there, got a couple of centuries in the Dakar Premier League, plays for Prime Bank. Also got a nice half century versus Zimbabwe as Bangladesh were chasing out 298, scoring 54. And Robin, we've seen his decent starts this tour. He will go for as much as he can, Robin, missing out on that instance.
Good over so far for my USSA, but we want to finish strong. Not give away any boundary. One ball remaining. It's only gone for a single. And that was wide. Oh, another wicket! That's so Sahib, but picks up another. Oh, that will gee up the camp of the USA. Wicket number 2. Robin has to walk off. Asosa Fayeva with a yet another wicket. Breakthrough again. USA right on top now.
And it's a key wicket. Very key wicket of Robin Islam. He was giving that a huge hit. And it lands to the hands of Seth Vleermaus, standing at backward point, directly to him. But it came fast and he needed to react fast. But from what we've seen, the fielding is outstanding. Robin, gone. And it's 11 for 2.
Yeah, I see why the umpires are chatting to Vleermaus there. I also felt it was a bit too exuberant, the celebration. Went right up to the batter, pointed him out, walked him off. Don't want to really see that. I do want to see aggression and expression in the game of cricket. I do love that, but you don't have to really. You have all your teammates right behind you that you can run to. You don't have to get to the batter's face. That's not the best thing you really want to do. Let the ball do the talking.
Big celebrations. It was a hard slap from Robin. Directly at him. Good focus from Robin. He was just worried about the mistake that he made. But is it a mistake that brings in Iftikhar Ifti? Helped out Bangladesh with his really good 70 score. They're going to need something now. And 3 wickets within the power play for USA would have probably been the discussion. But look at that. They might get more if they continue playing like this. It comes Iftikhar Hussain Ifti.
Iftikhar Hussain Ifti. With that 150 that came on Monday. And a gloomy Monday. And he came into bat. Batted brilliantly. Got his team over the line. Maybe not gloomy, but I'd rather say at the back end where things just getting quite dark at the end of the day, and he still stuck it out. Made sure his team gets over the line via the DLS. Thunderprusen's got a big responsibility right now. Huge responsibility. Oh, good pace. Good bounce. Our co-commentator spoke about this, Ken Borden, about that extra bounce that there has been. But one thing has also has been, yeah, there's some few that have kept low and bounced low at times. But what I like about Thunderprusen, the pace he's coming at. Hitting the gloves hard. Bat hard. Pressure's on.
It's just one small adjustment that he just needs to make. The line. I think he's gotten the length pretty decently. And with very few runs to spend, they have to be disciplined. Bangladesh just needing 3.2 runs to the over. But as wickets climb, so will that required run rate most likely. It's going to come around the wicket to Iftikhar Hussain Ifti. He's been pushing the ball down the legs of the right-hander. So it makes sense that he will be on the off stump of the left-hander. That's why they have Ludwig Schult as the slip fielder and Gully implemented.
No, 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 no. No ball, free hit. That just epitomizes what the seasons look like for Thunder Precinct. No ball. You don't want to do that, especially with the opposition under pressure. They want that pressure releaser. They want that freebie run, that freebie boundary, just to release the shackles. Now you're allowing the batter just to go for a free hit.
It's just dug out hard by Ifty. Long chase for Cole Francis. Good chase from Cole Francis. Bongim Shaba comes in with support. 3 runs for Ifty. Already 6 runs in the over with 2 balls bowled from Thando Prusent. Such a cruel thing when one thing goes right, another goes wrong. You fix that, another thing goes wrong. Comes around the wickets to the left-hander. Gets a good ball, but he oversteps. What can he do now to the right-hander?
Oh, outside edge over the slip. Ho, ho, ho. Plenty of chatter out there for Musa. Just at the change of that the delivery before that, Caden Solomon's heard him on the stump mic. Just a quick reminder for the Bangladeshis that you have been dismissed for 88 before. Just keep that in mind. It's happened before. It's a good reminder.
Induces the edge as well from Deepu. Can he get a smaller one?
2 in a row. Possibly same result. Yes, it is. I think those 2 shots are fairly controlled. Not. It's got pretty thick edges. The intention was there to hit over the top. I don't think that he was surprised.
It's just the extra bounce coming from the end as well. We saw with Imon, we saw with Rizwan, we saw with Boson that when you come from that far end, the ball does tend to bounce a little extra. And in both instances for Thando Prusent, that is what happened. And unfortunately, it will look as if his figures are poor. But those are actually good balls. And lucky for the batter. And remember how Jason Muirhead lost his wickets also. He was trying to pull away at a short ball and he just got big on him.
I think the important part here from Deepu is gone hard at those shots. He hasn't looked to just guide it. I think he would have got much softer edge on them.
Starting to lose it here, Prusent. You saw with that ball, he didn't give it the energy that it deserved. He just floated it full onto the pitch, and that's what normally happens when you're not bending your back. You're going to release the ball a little bit earlier, so it's going to float much closer to the batter. Just losing his line here, Prusent. His 2 short balls were not the worst. Just keep your head for the last 2.
Much better delivery, much better line and length.
To be very honest, it is an emerging tour. Not enough runs on the board for SA Emerging. Wouldn't you want to just continue with Thando Prusent? Give him his 3rd over. Give him boost of confidence. The last thing you want as a bowler, having 3 games under your name in a tour and you still don't have a single wicket under it. Keep him bowling.
Oh, could have been a misunderstanding there. GP was sent back pretty quickly by FT. That's the end of the 4th over. 26 for 2.
24 runs from 2. Eesh. Doesn't look good. Doesn't make for good reading. Could have been 2 for 16 if it wasn't for those edges over the top. But then juxtapose that to Esosa Aiba. You'll see the difference. First wicket from Esosa. needing a brilliant take from Wezogqiba. And then hit flat with the next wicket. Tough catch, high up into the air. And then a flat one from Robin for Esosa Aiba. Can he get his third? Esosa, he's looking like the danger man.
Yeah, we spoke about his brilliance as Esosa Aiba, but only 2 runs he's gone for. Yeah, he's just been the difference maker, yeah. And we just spoke about how Thunder Prusen has got a big responsibility on the other end, and I just feel like maybe he hasn't really identified his role in this current partnership at the moment. I think he's also kind of looked to search for wickets and looked to also get a breakthrough on the other end. I don't think he needs to really do that. I think for him it's just getting dot balls, honestly. I know he's hungry to get a wicket and to make a statement, but it's as good as picking up a wicket if you can bowl really well on the other end and allow a Sosa to bowl with pressure.
Pitched outside the leg stump, most likely. Still away behind the stumps are USA, trying to run out Ifti. But excellent areas, lengths from Esosa. He's drawing big shots, he's drawing mistakes. Coming over the wicket. It's going to prove a little bit difficult to pitch it on line, and that was exactly the case there. So he's beyond just trying to string dot balls together for Thunder Prusen. And it's beyond searching. It's just a little bit of lack of control from what we've seen. If maybe in the past 2 games that he has bowled, we saw some level of consistency in the bowling, you can maybe then come on day 3 and say, he's searching here and there. But from what we've seen, it's just a lack of control, lack of confidence behind his action, lack of confidence behind his bowling that leads him to spray the ball everywhere. But the nice thing is that we've seen that if he gets it right, it looks pretty good. But at a certain level, you need to get it right most of the time, which just hasn't been the case, unfortunately. There's something to work with, but we're just not seeing the best of it in this tour. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been selected from the USAs last year.
You can hear his teammates shouting Sosi. He's really bowling with some sauce out there. Extra spice and energy. There's a Sosa here, but another good over in his third now, and all 3 have been really good. Hitting the deck hard, hitting the bat hard as well. Nothing has really come out the middle of the bat from any batter when he's bowling. Just shows the rhythm is in. And as I say that one goes through the middle of the bat and goes away for 4.
2 straight from Esosa. 2 full, 2. Pushing the ball across the left-hander. It's going to meet directly the middle of the bat of Iftikhar Ifti. Sosa will want to bowl a little bit better. Push it a little bit wider on the offside and pull the length slightly back too. Easier said than done though. That's it. That's the ball he wanted to bowl, Sosa. First time he's not getting a wicket in his over. 5 overs done, it's 30 for 2.
Interesting to see who Leighton Trusky will go for here in this over. Seems like you'll continue with Thunder Prusen, something you've been asking for. This is backing Yosima to bowl his full thoughts of his spell. Talk about a spell of bowling. Sosa have, but he's been the pick of bowlers at the moment, picking up the 2 opening batters and Robin and Sohart. early as well. And Dupi and Ifti have the responsibility now of building a partnership.
Whereas Okreba's trying to find his angles at third. Might as well be backstop with the way the ball has been going. Edge! Oh, what a chance for Seth Vleerdermouse. That would have been spectacular. He's one of the better fielders, Seth. But even he couldn't reach that. Good stuff from Prusent.
Yo, that was close. That was fingertips away. Took a brilliant catch a few overs ago at the exact position at backward point. Had another opportunity. Tough one. Let's have a look at that. Oh, stayed up. It was a teaser. That would have been a scream. That would have cheated up the team. Big time.
Yeah, now, but also with Prusent getting the over, he has the responsibility to pay it back. Give him his spell. Put him under the pressure. He needs to showcase why he's selected in the team. And this is the perfect chance to do it. Delivered a nice ball. See, he's got that extra bounce. Just a bit too far from Seth Vleerdermouse. He's getting some good extra bounce. It's just the line that's not working for Thando. But in terms of his length, his short balls have been dangerous. When he gets it right, he's creating opportunities. It's just consistently hitting that mark. And I'm very thankful that Leighton Trotsky has allowed him to continue bowling, because he needs to face the music and try and show why he's here.
Getting the backing of his captain. I think he just needs to mix it up. You've spoken about the dangers that he possesses with that short ball. Just needs to maybe get that one fuller one now. Oh, grabs the helmet. Maybe a bit of bat on that as well. And lands safely once again. That's a good bouncer. Dangerous bouncer.
I also heard a double sound there. I also heard double sounds. But that's what I'm talking about. His short balls look really good. They look dangerous. Excellently bowled. That's right on target. Gonna have a medical checkup, because that was flash on the front of the helmet. And from coming from that end, you will get extra pace, extra bounce too. And Thando Prusent, when he does get it right, it looks good.
Well directed. Flash onto the helmet, as you say, Bendulo. Maybe not any glove on it. Tipu will be probably asked, what's your room number?
If he tells us his room number from his home back in Bangladesh, then we know he's in trouble. But just going to follow their eyes and make sure that it's all right for Tipu. He's there on 13 from 9. That red worm is starting to just grow. It's still underneath the green South African one, because that is exactly when we started seeing the partnership between David Tiga and Ludwig Schultz. Then it just started dying after over 20. And then it died over at over 33. Schultz now leading the run scoring with that 51 that he has scored. Zuma. He'll have another opportunity most likely on Sunday alongside Mudiri Titego. But at least now the top 5 all over 100 runs. Schultz, 250s, a nice 40 in the second game. Northwest Dragons going to be happy with the performance of the assigned man.
Look at those bowling numbers there. Hard wicket takers. Dian Khalim, how brilliant has he been? Showing some real speed and accuracy, backed up by Sosa Hev. But we've been the two bowlers who've really stood out in this emerging series. Sosa, however, has certainly emerged. Maybe Dan Khalim, but more emerged than Sosa. Been around the block for a while now. Experienced campaigner.
There's no one going to catch that. Sosa, a little bit too fine. Tries to pull it short, just getting the line wrong and the length wrong at that instance, because previous short ball was excellent. That length is just in the middle of nowhere for where the ball was coming. Easy pickings for Dipo.
Yeah, that's not the delivery you'd be thinking of as a batter. You're thinking short into your head, and the follow-up delivery should be full into your pads, targeting those stumps, catching by surprise. Not a juicy back of the length delivery. That's easy to pull. Barely waist height.
See, now the issue it asks, where do you place your fielders? Because if it's going to be everywhere, it's going to be sent everywhere. 4 runs on the legs, now 4 runs on the offside.
I have a bit of an issue with Thunder Prusen at the moment. He's just banging everything short. I'm not sure what is his plan. Yeah, I think it's becoming poor bowling now. Initially, you think, okay, well, good short bowling, putting the batter under pressure, but you can't even follow up with any other full delivery. Got to do better than that.
This most likely probably will be the final over in his spell. And then we're going to see Cole Francis come into bowl. Again, Leighton Trotsky with a long chase down to the covers. And the biggest issue for Thando Prusent is that he hasn't closed off the over. It's yet another no ball and another free hit. This is a problem.
Yeah, a serious problem. He's really struggled. Thando Prusent. He just wanted to get out of the over. He's gone for 37 runs in his 2.5 overs. It's just pure struggle. And I think that short length delivery is just a comfortable length for him at the moment. He doesn't feel comfortable going full at all. It's not coming out of the hand. So he just goes to that short one because it is what he can give at the moment. And it's tough to be in that position as a bowler. It's really tough. I really do feel for him.
Free hit. Up into the air. Reba's going to catch it. He lets it bounce. He's not going to risk his fingers for that indeed, says our producer. It's a nice little comment. Why don't you take the mic, Leah Potelwa? It's the end of over number 6. 47 for 2.
I'd love to hear his thoughts.
So, 21 runs in the last 2 overs. It's pain. And the painful thing is that Reba, or rather, Prusent hasn't been able to bowl a 6-ball over in the tour. That should be a real worrying concern, because all of his overs gives an extra here and there. If it's not no balls, it's wide. If it's not wides, it's no balls. If it's neither, which hasn't been the case, there's boundaries within those overs as well. So a lot of work for Prusent to go do before the actual season begins. Sosa, on the other hand, is hitting his straps.
2 contrasting bowlers at the moment that we're seeing on either end. One at the peak of his powers in Asosa Aheva, and the other probably the darkest place. Just needs a shoulder over his arm, or his arm over a shoulder rather.
And the scores are still pretty close. Still pretty close, but then South Africa did USA did collapse.
It is South Africa after all, isn't it?
Fair enough. Fair enough. I think the Bangladesh and the SA thing at the end of USA is just catching me a bit off guard here. And the colours too. At the end of the day, the SA is South Africa.
Yeah. University sport, South Africa.
Maybe you're right, Kampa. I don't like not being right. But Asos has been on the money. He's been the right guy. But that is simply gorgeous from the captain of Bangladesh for 4.
Talk about right guy. That's the right shot straight down the ground. Good delivery from Asosa here, but shot even better. Oh, full face of the bat. I was going to say shows the maker's name. There's no maker on that bat. Just a pure clean bat and clean shot.
Well, you're not going to get them right all the time. And if that is the shot that you are hit for 4, you just accept and walk it off.
Quick single. That's good running. That's really good running. That's what you want to do. Share the pressure, share the load, especially when the bowler on the other end is bowling really well. You want to allow him to set you up and bowl at you for 3 or 4 deliveries at one go. You want him to be facing a new batter. Tipu. He's really responded well. He's got one on the head, but he's played the short ball with so much aggression. He hasn't really backed away and got into his shell when he's been peppered with short balls. He's gone at them. He could have easily just backed off when Tanda Prusen was hitting the deck hard, directing those short balls at his head, but he's gone for it. He's shown some confidence and heart. And give credit to Dipu.
Excellent. Ifti joins the party. 2 full from Aiba. And rightfully punished with a wonderful punch down the ground from Iftikhar Ifti.
Yeah, so but gets it 2 full this time around. Juicy half volley. Ifti in brilliant form. Won't miss out on that. Really won't. And shows a full face of the bat. 2 good straight drives straight down the ground from the Bangladeshi batters. Showing a lot of comfort now.
Getting inside the line of the ball. Looks like Shevnarayan Chandopal the way he played that actually.
That'll be another boundary. Swivels across, pulls it away. 3 boundaries in this over. And now things are getting out of hand a little bit for the USA team. That belief they would have had initially is probably slipping away now.
7 overs done at 60 for 2. The issue is the 60 here. They just need 107 runs now, and we're still within the first power play. And we're going to have a change of bowler and a change of commentary as well. Ken Borland is going to join us for this chase.
Change in bowling, as you've heard already, and it will be Colt Francis. Right arm, medium, fast. Took some time to warm up against Bangladesh in the previous encounter. You won't have too much time to warm up in this one. Has to hit the mark from ball number 1, but unfortunately hits the mark on the pads and will be hit away for 4. Boundaries continue to flow. And things are not looking good. Welcome back in. Good start from USA, picking up early wickets, but can't really back it up and continue to apply the pressure.
Well, defending a moderate total of 166 as they were, you need early wickets. They got 2, despite not bowling that well. And again, Francis, same place, same result, 4 more. Yeah, I say not bowling very well because there was a lot of loose stuff up front. The short ball was overdone, I felt. It was effective as a surprise tactic, but then it just was overused and was punished. And now, unfortunately, Bangladesh have taken firm control of this match. The loose bowling persists. Better line and a quick single there. Fielded a little bit on his heels. Boundaries and singles coming at ease.
Yeah, they're coming at ease. And you talk about the short ball being overused. I don't even think that was his intention of wanting to bowl 6 bounces in the over. I think that's the only length he was really comfortable with. And as I was saying just before you came on air, I really feel for him because I think that's how he was trying to get himself out of that pressure that he was in, get himself into his bowling spell, and he never really felt good. Hasn't picked up a wicket in the series. So he was just trying to get himself in.
Thunder Present you talking about, I presume? Yeah, clearly a man struggling for rhythm. Just couldn't find it today, and as you say, when you're struggling for rhythm, you tend to bowl all sorts of lengths, and not the ones you want.
Yeah, and he just puts the rest of the bowling lineup under heaps amount of pressure. Less than 100 runs to win now already, with a massive 42 overs still remaining. In any form of cricket, with 8 wickets remaining, you think that's an easy target.
Well, it would have to be quite a remarkable collapse for Bangladesh to mess up this chase. You see on the right of the screen, 98 needed from 253 balls. Sparring at it is Ifti. That was a good delivery from Cole Francis to end the over. 8 gone, 69 for 2.
There's no way Bangladesh are messing this up. They'll make sure they get over the line. I feel they'll take full responsibility unless a dramatic collapse happens where it will require something really special from the USSA. One bowler that can do something special with ball in hand is their captain, Leighton Trusky, who's coming on now. How he'll love to turn things around from this situation and get it to grip. We did see a bit of turn in that first innings, and we look at his numbers. Maybe don't tell the story of how he's really bowled here in this series. I think he's bowled a lot better than those numbers suggest. With the 23 overs he's bowled, could have probably picked up more wickets. Economy rate of 5.7. Would have loved to get that wicket column up, but I think he's really bowled really well.
Starts with the flat one, quick. Flat and quick. Even shorter that one, and fortunately not punished.
And his natural range is that fuller one. So good against the right-handed batters. Yeah, that's the way he wants to be. He's picked up almost all those 3 wickets in that area as Leighton Trusky, and often bowls plenty of his deliveries and groups his deliveries in that zone.
Not so keen on the line, a little bit leg stumpish for me. Needs to get it a bit straighter, I think. Especially with to the right-hander, it will be a short leg side boundary. Bangladesh can do that for the rest of the afternoon, and they'll win at a canter, such as the current run rate and what's required from here to win.
Yeah, I can literally get there in singles and still win by plenty of overs remaining.
Another drag down through the hands. Oh no, he seemed to see it late. It came pretty much straight to him, unfortunately, but I guess he would be looking into the trees on the far side of the field. There are trees around practically the whole ground. Came quickly, but he didn't even get a hand on it.
That might be Thunder Present. You might be thinking of his spell and how he's gone about the series. And sometimes you can drift away and think about how things have gone for you. And maybe you react a bit late in that moment because maybe it might have been in his head. But yeah, that's not forgivable, really. You have to take those catches.
I think he needs to change his number. He's number 13, and he's having a very unlucky time of it today. The bowling not working, and then not laying a hand on a catch. Well, we've all been there on the field.
Yeah.
This partnership really, Dipu, 43 of 25, going great guns.
And the most concerning part about USA in this situation they're in right now is that they're not the most economical bowling unit. And to be asked to defend about 90-something odd runs at this point in time and then still pick up wickets, it becomes a real big ask.
Partnership 64 of just 39 balls, and that's after Bangladesh emerging had been rocked by two wickets in the first 3 overs. So it really has been a counter attack of note, led by Dipu.
Yeah, he's really, a lot of his runs and boundaries come from that short bowling of Thunder Present.
Nicely bowled by Francis.
Yeah, he really went for that barrage of short deliveries that were overused. Never really took a step back, went for them. Got a few top edges over the keeper, I think 2 or 3. Few ones that were tantalizingly close to the backward point. But regardless, he still went for them. Got hit on the head. Still looked positive. The ball after he was hit on the head went for 4.
Bit of a heave by the batsman. Picks out the fielder.
Yeah, and one thing that's been tough for USA has been when moments have presented themselves to be able to take control of the game, haven't really taken those moments. You look at the time now when they started well in this game, got 2 early wickets, couldn't take charge and squeeze Bangladesh out. Another moment before, and this over ago, where Leighton Trotsky could have picked up a wicket. Another moment could have turned things around for them. Catch put down, and it's been like that. It's been the pattern for them throughout this tri series. But good learning experiences for this group of players that have just come together a few days before the start of the series. They'll definitely take a lot of learnings, big learnings they'll take playing against some emerging talent from Bangladesh and emerging talent from South Africa.
Gain FT. Big shot, no contact. Yeah, we shouldn't forget that Bangladesh emerging have a few senior internationals in their team. People who have played for the full Bangladesh side. USSA emerging have Diane Khalim, who's represented the Proteas, Andile Mokhakane. And, they're a team of players who've all got franchise contracts and are used to that level of play. So this is a step up for USA. And as you say, some valuable lessons will be learnt about how you can't slip up in terms of intensity or concentration. Otherwise you pay the price. Trotsky didn't pay the price then for that full toss.
And we always speak about negatives in situations like this where they've, we can maybe argue, they're probably losing their fourth on the bounce.
Hit towards Long On, who gets it on the bounce.
It's so easy to look at negatives and say, look, haven't done well, and you start pointing fingers. But the most positive that I can look at, they haven't looked out of sorts. They've looked like they belong at this level, this USSA side.
Absolutely, I think they've been competitive in games. You know, it's just the big moments that let them down. And they certainly belong here. They certainly... maybe the time of year doesn't do them any favours either. I think you were mentioning earlier today about how, well, it might have been Pendulo, but, you know, this was a team chosen from their week at the end of last year, and then they would have finished their season March, April, haven't played since, so a bit of rust they need to shake off as well.
And cricket is about spending time out there in the middle. You can't base it on previous form, or you can score plenty of runs the season before. But essentially you start from zero when you come out there again. And it's so hard to regain that confidence when you haven't really played in a long time. The legs are not there. The time in the field is not there. Your arm doesn't feel that natural action yet. So maybe only now they'll probably be feeling like they're starting to get comfortable again.
Chipped up, long off, running in. It was nicely bowled. And Trotsky gets the breakthrough, tossing one up a little bit more. And the lofted drive was clipped. It wasn't really the cleanest of contact. And long off, I have running in to take the catch.
Yeah, make that one look easy. Nathan Tosca flighting it up. That really tempted Ifti and Asosa. The comfortable catch at the end.
I beg your pardon, long on, of course, not long off. Left hander at the wicket. Match referee might have something to say about that. Hurling the ball into the outfield. They get twitchy when you throw it in to the wicketkeeper on the bounce too often, so that might raise some attention, but nicely taken by Hebe to run in from the boundary half a dozen meters or so.
Yeah, adrenaline rush. And in the moment kind of things where you excited, frustrated, a mixture of emotions that are coming out at that point. But regardless, you should know that just maybe gently roll it down to the umpire and you'll get a chance to express your emotions and feelings thereafter. But nevertheless, 76 for 3 after 11 overs. Only positive I can still have in mind is that wickets are falling. Yes, they saw a big wicket there in Deepu. Get 1 or 2 here. Makes for an interesting chase and an interesting finish. The only way they can win it though is by picking up wickets. Not a chance they're defending this. So they'll know. Wickets will get them over the line and it'll make for an interesting game on Sunday.
Ihebe can throw the ball in the air with the same amount of rage and it would be fine. The umpires wouldn't bat an eyelid about that. Don't aim down, throw it up in the air. Irfan Shukur is the new batter. Here's Cole Francis with the ball to Deepu.
Cole Francis. Did bowl. Okay, on Monday picked up 2 consecutive wickets. Also wasn't in his best of form. But can
or Misfield has allowed the single. Frustrating.
There's a window of opportunity here for USA. It's not the biggest of windows, not the biggest of cracks or gaps, but regardless, it's a moment. When we've been speaking about these moments, Leighton Trotsky, often at the end of the day or the end of the game, the post-match presentation, you'll speak about moments. Prior to the game, you'll speak about moments. And these are the moments that you need to be very aware of, that you take with two hands when they present themselves to you.
Lovely. Beautiful drive. What a way to play your first delivery. Shook her handsome as anything, that. And between mid-off and the bowler for 4.
That's how you want to start as a batter. He identified that moment. He made his heat. He's clean, straight down the ground. Everything was good. The balance. Have a look at that. My word, that's a good stroke. Then he follows through. 83 for 3. Look at that required run rate. And I must walk it through to the finish. 2.1 runs required per over to get to 167. And to add on that, Dipu set better for the 6 of this 31.
Why are you calling me by my name? Person, no, you cannot. I'm not talking to you. You started talking to me first.
Bit of to and fro between Shuker and umpire Shazi. Generally, the umpires always win. Umpires, referees. It might not have been Shazi who, maybe Shazi's come to calm the waters.
Might have picked up on the stump mic that the issue that he was being called by his name. I've never heard that one before. Maybe he wants to be called and referred to as batter.
Does he get more upset if you call him by someone else's name? Nicely pulled away. Well, Shuker has only been in for 3 deliveries, and in that space he has played a magnificent off drive for 4, and that's a really good pull shot as well.
Yeah, shot in anger. Focus to be able to still pull that one and time it perfectly into a gap. Yeah, that will keep the field quiet.
No better way to answer than with a stroke like that. And now up and over, cover point. That's going to race away for 4 as well. So the Usa bowling woes continue. They just can't find the right lengths consistently. So the end of the over, which dominated by the new batter, Irfan Shakur.
I know his name now.
.91 for 3 after 12 overs. There you see it. It's over 7.5 runs to the over.
Let's look at the comparison after the 11.6 overs. Well, after 12 overs rather, pretty balanced.
Yeah, those at the same stage, that's often don't tell the whole story. And the whole story is that USA lost 9 wickets for 40 runs in their innings, from 126 for 1 to 166 all out.
Well, the current story, USA will need 7 more. Plenty of chatter happening around there.
Pulled wide of the very straight mid wicket.
I always love a bit of chirping out there in the field. It's great to have stuffed mics to hear all the conversations happening out there.
Oh, Shakur is the Bangladesh wicketkeeper. Bit of chirpiness normally in the job description for the glove men. Went for the sweep. Not sure he's made much contact with that. But it's runs, not leg byes.
Yeah, the keepers are the scrum halves of cricket. They really have a lot to say.
Must be something to do with the average height of wicket keepers and scrum halves. Met on the full and just whipped over cow corner with a minimum of effort, and it goes all the way. Lovely timing from Dipu.
Yeah, that was there to hit. Free B ball. Leighton Chelsea. You don't often see those from him. Was hoping it dipped. Didn't. Landed in the middle of the bat. And went away for 4. And it also brings up the 50 for Dipu. 55 of just 36 deliveries. It's been a good performance. Performance that has shown some grit in a time where he faced plenty of aggressive bowling. He stood tall and was confident in that time. And was never allowed to be bullied. Now he's bullying the USA team with bat in hand. It allows the bat to do the talking. His new batting partner, Shakur, also looking really good on 13. Scored already 3 boundaries.
That drive wasn't quite as well timed by Shakur, but I think perhaps Cole Francis wants his mid off to be a bit straighter, not so wide, because Shakur is very definitely targeting that gap between the bowler and mid off. And mid off is suggesting that maybe he move a bit closer to the bowler, but his pleas go unanswered.
No.
Think there's any bit of hope for USSA, Ken? Anything possible?
Nothing that a double hat trick won't sort out, Cumber.
Wow, what a dramatic turnaround that would be.
Better line and length there from Francis, and that one just squatting a bit on Depu.
Yeah, they need a lot to go their way. USSA. Not just today's result, but Sunday as well. Heavily dependent on that. So all sorts of animals around here. And Irene Country Club.
That's a yellow mongoose, Cumber. It's been a regular, by our commentary spot.
Should have seen the chaos the monkeys were doing at the lunch area.
Nicely glanced around the corner. Depu, they decide against the second. Not just at the lunch area, Cumber. They stole my pen after the game on Wednesday afternoon off the desk.
Yeah, this morning I take a call just before the start of play, and I put my muesli in one of these golf carts. I look back 2 minutes later, he's feasting on my muesli.
For the vervet monkey, the golf cart is like a serving dish. They've become very accustomed to food being in those. Slower ball from Francis, but the line is not ideal.
That's the end of the 14th over. 104 for 3. There will be a drinks break, and with that drinks break, we'll also have a commentary change.
Welcome back to Irene Country Club. Pleasure to have Kagiso Masibulele alongside me. filling in. KG, your thoughts so far on today?
I think it's a similar way that the game went by on Wednesday, speaking about the USA, the way they started their betting, started quite well, and then they lost the wicket, and then it's just wicket in clusters, and they find themselves behind the game. Similar thing that's happening here today. Started their betting innings quite well with a good partnership between David Tiga and the Trotsky that I was betting with. But then after that, it just looked like they've just been blown out of the water a little bit here. 104 for 3. It doesn't look like the wicket has changed too much. So still a very good betting strip on it, as you see with Tipu, just the strike rate that is going at.
Trotsky continues with the ball. That's nicely bowled.
So Tipu has just taken the responsibility, not just scoring the runs, but scoring them quite quickly. As you see him on 56 from just the 39 balls. I do think with the USA team, missed opportunity to put themselves in a good position to play that final next week.
Nice controlled sweep by Tipu. They just jogged through for the one.
Definitely see the captain trying to take the responsibility, see if he can pick up a few wickets here and there. You need a lot of wickets in a short space of time to really put Bangladesh under pressure in the next 5 overs, 3 wickets or so.
Dragged down a bit by Trotsky, but again, just ones. But that's all Bangladesh needs. 61 needed from 35 overs and 2 balls. Less than 2 runs an over required. Another sweeper. This one has gone behind square and no one's going to get to that one.
Yeah, very good shot that time around. Shukur getting down, hitting it to that deep square leg where there is no man there. So you just take a look at that. It's a bit of an easy shot and a safe shot because with Trotsky coming around the wickets, getting the ball to slide away, nothing hitting the wicket, so you feel that you can just go down and control it nicely. That's exactly what has done there to get that boundary for Bangladesh.
Seth Fledermaus quickly across from mid-wicket to cut off the one to end the 15th over. 110 for 3. There's that required rate, 1.63.
Stroll in the park here at Irene Country Club. So obviously, especially when the spinner is on, Bangladesh will be very comfortable playing with the spinner, playing against the spinner. Coming from the subcontinent, you would have faced a lot of spin on very turning wickets. So South Africa need a breakthrough. If anything, I suppose with the USA team, the important thing is just going to be the lessons that they take away. Because the last 3 games, they found themselves in very, very similar situations. How do you now just go over that hurdle?
That one kept low from Francis. A few have from that south end. A few have also taken off. But it's wide of the stumps.
And that is the thing. I mean, you speak about some have taken off, some have stayed low, a bit of variable bounce. The best way that you can use that is to try to aim for the stumps so that if something does happen, then you get an opportunity. But when it's wide, then it doesn't really do too much.
Cracking shot and boundary possibly saved by the non-striker's bat there.
I won't be happy with my partner for not getting out of the way quick enough there. But you can just see the way that the Bangladesh are batting at the moment. As we said, that run rate very low. As we just take a look at that again. It's very comfortable for them at the moment. They no hurry, just 1.67 that they need to the over. This is bet there. Probably looking to get back in his crease more than anything.
Interesting if someone had appealed it for obstructed the field there, because Dipu was backing up. He's come out of his crease. And you could argue, yeah, I don't think Francis could get a hand to it. That's the thing. But Francis was trying to get fingertips to it, which might have gone onto the stumps. Good change of pace from Francis.
Looks like a very good athlete. A lot of good attributes about him.
Nicely done by Caden Solomons, the wicketkeeper. Saved 4 there. End of the 16th over, 111 for 3.
But I think more than anything, this will be a wonderful experience for most of these players. In terms of the level of cricket that they find themselves playing. Of course, some of these players are already with some teams in those Division 1s and Division 2 setup. So the experience is an invaluable experience that they're getting here against a traveling Bangladesh emerging team. They say that even if the results might not be going their way, but there's lots of lessons for them to learn. There's lots of things for them to look forward to doing better in the future.
Pongi Mplanga joins the attack.
Hasn't picked up too many wickets so far. 10 overs that he has bowled. Just the 1 wicket. It's been very economical though. Just going at 3.8 to the over.
This is Planga's second game, so the game he did play, it's quite a tidy bowling performance. 10 overs, 1 for 38.
You can see definitely does need a bit more runs to play with if he's going to have any effect on the game. You never know, pick up 2 wickets in quick succession. Might get Bangladesh to be thinking a little bit more about their game.
Long off comes into the circle and a pretty square, fine leg. Drops back to the boundary, deep mid-wicket in place as well. Oh, Shooker wanted to do a little scoop. And then the ball was nice and full outside or sub from Tlangu and tried to adapt. Nearly got himself into a tangle there.
Yeah, very big. You can see that premeditated. Just the single again, trying to play a bit of a reverse sweep there. Just missing the ball completely. And if I'm the Bangladesh players, also look at the Bangladesh, just looking at how the game is going at the moment. If I'm the 2 batters, I want to be not out at the end of this game.
Just over deep mid-off. And away for 4. Yeah, there's very little pressure in the situation, but it's a good opportunity to practice. You know, getting a team home. You can, the batters can set themselves a target, say, right, we want to get these remaining 50-odd runs in, say, the next 8 overs. Give yourselves a target like that and try and make sure you achieve it.
The importance of the innings from Bangladesh is we speak about one, making sure, because there is no pressure for them to finish on a not out, but also to prepare them for the game that they'll be playing against the South African emerging, a much stronger opponent that they'll be playing against. So if you take the confidence out of this game to being on a not out, then you know that, okay, I've got the ability and the capabilities of scoring big and not losing my wicket. So against tougher opponents, your mindset then would have changed.
Quite right. As Seth Fledermaus joins the attack, he's an all-rounder. Has bowled for the Knights in matches.
It is, of course, an opportunity for USSA also to give bowling to a lot of their players, a modest score that they are defending.
Too short and pummeled over mid-wicket, all the way for 6.
Yeah, a bit of a loosener there, first up. Definitely not a ball that you want to bowl to batters that have been there for quite some time. So you have a look at that again. Shukar just hanging back, no one at that boundary, easily depositing it over the boundary for a 6.
Again, too short. This time outside off and slapped very hard past extra cover for 4 more.
It was tough times to come into ball when you've got 2 batters that have got no pressure on them. Not too much to defend. They can just express themselves. As we've seen the first 2 balls here with Irfan Shukar hitting it both sides of the wicket. First ball 6 on the leg side, second ball 4 on the offside.
Bit of length, stood up a bit as well. There we go. Taking him 4 balls. He's found his spot.
That's the thing. The game of cricket is very unforgiving. If you think you've got a couple of balls to get yourself in.
Cut a little bit up his sleeve, but well wide of the fielder at backward point. Come back for the second.
That's how it is. Already 12 runs from the first 5 balls. So you really don't have time to come and settle yourself in because the batters have been there for quite some time. Definitely going to pounce on those loose deliveries.
Scythed away through the covers. Shukar now's just swinging at everything basically.
Suppose when you get yourself in a very good position in the game, and you feel that you can take on anything that's coming your way. Let's see Mklanga to continue the bowling as 50-up partnership was brought up in the last few balls, 52 from just the 48 balls. Very good batting between Shuka and Dipu.
Here we see the different stages of the game. And oh, that's a very well played reverse sweep. Goes for 6. Brilliantly played by Shakur.
Top shot there from Shakur. He has been looking to play those reverse, those lap shots. So you have a look at that once again. Totally in control, knows exactly where the fielder is. Good shot for 6.
I thought him Tlanga bowled a solid first over. Got hit for one boundary, which only just cleared the fielder. Under pressure now in this over, though, going for 6 first ball.
It's amazing how comfortable batters now are to hit reverse sweeps and all these kind of shots. It's almost like hitting a cover drive, how easy they make it look.
Many hours practicing them in the nets, though. That's how it happens.
Of course, those kind of things are things that you have to get the confidence in the nets before you can show them at the game time. Easy game here, you'd say. The way that Bangladesh has really made sure that South Africa, or the USSA team rather, is flat in the field.
Down the wicket, lofted straight and beautifully. Just into the base of the side screen. Well, Shakur's giving us a little cameo here.
Yeah, very good shot. I'm not going to attempt to catch that one after making a bloop earlier. So just take a look at that again. Shakur coming down the wicket, easily hit over that long off. Yet another 6.
Saw him get into position for the reverse sweep and just refused to bowl it. Only 23 more runs needed for victory now.
I suppose with the reverse sweeps, there's a lot of premeditation that goes into it, because you want to get yourself into position early.
Oh, and now the batsman pulls out. There's a little bit of activity by the side screen. It's a very well-known cricketer who knows all about side screens. I don't think he would have made a mistake. Might have been interesting if that ball had hit the stumps, because the batter pulled away very late.
Looks like a bit of gamesmanship that's happening here. Almost a tit for tat. Pulled out of your action. I'm going to pull out of hitting the ball. It's all part of the game, isn't it? And players want to tick one another off, just to try and get their concentration spells to be a bit low.
swept towards deep mid-wicket, but on the bounce to the fielder.
Control shot that time around. Not just for a single. Obviously, because of the amount of runs that you're defending, they only have that one man out in that boundary. Because you almost have to try and attack and try to get wickets. Can't defend it too much.
And the end of the over, Planga will be pleased with that. He's gone for 15 in the over. 145 for 3 after 19 overs.
A very good over here from Bangladesh Imaging. The current partnership, 67 of just the 48 balls. And Deepu has taken a bit of a back seat in this partnership, with Shukal facing most of the deliveries, scoring most of the runs as well. 47 from the 29 balls that he has faced. As we take a look at the USA bowling. The pick of the bowler so far, 4 overs, 2 for 19. Not too good from the other side from Prusent, just going for 41 in his 3 overs. And the other wicket picked up by the captain Trotsky, 4 overs, 1 for 25. And not too much to speak about from the rest of the bowlers. Famous player that you were talking about, Junior Dalla, does play his club cricket here at Irene Villages.
And there's a dollar on the field now. One of the twins has just stepped over the boundary edge.
He's been doing some work all afternoon chasing them from the field.
So that's why Junior always looks so fit. Good to know that there's another dollar, though, who loves the game. Can't wait to get involved. That's good news for the Titans in about 18 years time or so.
You have to start them young, isn't it? Bring them to the game, make them love the game. Maybe not ready to bowl those 140s that they are dead balls just as yet.
Oh, he's determined. Come on, Daddy, I want to play.
It's a little K-lap there. Ledemas to continue with the bowling after a very tough first over.
Maybe no one wanted to take over from him. No thanks, Seth. You carry on.
Yeah, like as you say, tough lessons to be learned here by the USA team.
He's bowled a no ball now, has Fledermaus.
From an off spinner, unforgivable.
Oh, he's obviously keen on bowling more. Free hit coming up though, that's always a bit daunting. Fired in a bit quicker, and Deepu just leans back and savages it through mid-off for 4.
Not sure that he wants to bowl more now after that. And that's the 150 up also for Bangladesh, as we see Deepu once again just hanging back, hitting that straight past that mid-off. No chance at all.
Quite a lot of disdain in that shot, really. Oh, there we go. Bit of turn and bounce.
And those are the sort of balls that you see and you say, if only we had a lot more to play with, maybe we could trouble Bangladesh a little bit. Because you have just about 80 runs more, 70 runs more. Bangladesh is not as comfortable. The ball starts to doing a few things here and there, makes it a little bit difficult. But unfortunately, just 160 odd, 66 that they are defending here. 15 runs needed from 180 balls. So the game is all but done here for Bangladesh. Just finishing off. Mklanga to continue.
It's a lovely cut. And well placed too. It's going to go for 4. And 50 for Irfan Shakur. What an innings it's been. He's come in and, it's been a fiery time out there. A few verbals, but his bat has done most of the talking. Just 32 balls for his half century.
A very good batting here from Shakur. Has just been anything loose, has been pouncing on it. Very good partnership. Got into the partnership with Dipu batting well. That made him relax early on. How annoying is it for a team knowing that the other team just needs 11 from 178, but then they block the ball. You just want to feel that, just hit it away so that we can get off the field.
Just waiting for the right one. Batters can afford to be very selective.
My mind is on that the batters are just looking to keep them on the field as long as possible now. Maybe not. Maybe not. This time hits it past the bowler. Not just hitting him by hitting it for the boundary, looking to literally hit him by hitting the ball straight back at him. And Mklanga did very well there to get out of the way. That's another boundary this over from Shakur. 56 of 35 balls.
He had to take cover very quickly. Did Mklanga. Taking on mid-off and easily accomplished.
It is that kind of where the game is at the moment, that you'll have your fielders on their heels rather than on their toes. Not expecting too much. So hit the ball straight to them can be an easy run because of their mindset.
Down towards long on. Oh, it's a good effort. Just had too much to do though. Giba. And now just 2 runs left for Bangladesh to win this game and book their place in Wednesday's final against SA Emerging.
So look at that. A bit of a tough chance. Giba did take a bit of time to try. Wasn't too sure early on whether to go for it or not. Just went too late there. Just bounced in front of him. Another boundary in that over. Just the 2 runs needed for Bangladesh Emerging.
Fledermaus will continue with the ball.
Easy like Sunday morning there for Shakur, just blocking it out.
Well, it's going to be not a wide down the leg side. Must have just brushed the pad on its way through. His fine leg is in the circle, so Shukur definitely missed out on the winning runs there. Cut hard. Sweeper will keep it to 1-0, and the scores are level.
Just the 1 run needed. I suppose it doesn't matter what kind of a field you want to put in. Doesn't even help to attack at the moment. It's just one of those that there is a team. It's not a game that you want to say they want to forget about it quickly, because there are lessons to be learned. So it's a game that they need to reflect on what they could have done better, how they could have been of more challenge to Bangladesh emerging. It's tough after a loss to look at the positive side of things, but that's just how the cookie crumbles.
Okay, it's fine. Thank you, brother.
Not that time.
Must be nice when you can decide when you want to finish it or not.
He's got 169 balls to play with. And a Hoik will do it through mid-wicket for a single. But that's enough. The winning runs, Bangladesh emerging, started slowly in this game after winning the toss and sending USA into bat. USA were 125 for 1 in the 20th over at one stage. And Bangladesh emerging, as they've done previously this week, fought back brilliantly with the ball, bowling USA out for 166. And then they've raced to victory inside 22 overs. KG, it's been a most impressive display. And if they play like this, we could be in for a really good final on Wednesday.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, they have played against a South African emerging team before. They ran into one Dian Khalim, but the confidence that then they can take out of this game, because now they've shown that they can chase down a score and make it look easy for themselves also. And that is what it's all about. Sometimes you might not start well, but then the momentum that you build going into the finals might be exactly what the Bangladesh will be looking for. Had a good all-round performance, you would say. In the beginning, when they were bowling, the USA team was the one that was going after them. 10 overs, they were on 75 or just for 1. But the Bangladesh have done very well since then to bring the game back. And when they get onto their betting, yes, they did lose those 2 wickets earlier on, but then after that, they've made it very easy for themselves, Bangladesh.
Yeah, so Aheba taking wickets in his first 2 overs to maybe send a bit of trepidation Bangladesh's way, but Shahadat Hossain Dipu really took the bull by the horns. A brilliant counter-attacking innings by him of 73 not out of just 56 balls. And then Irfan Shakur came in and played superbly just to finish things off. 58 not out of just 39 balls. And Bangladesh emerging, getting to their target inside 22 overs. And there's the USA bowling. KG, not too much to get excited about there.
Yeah, obviously, we spoke about the good start from Ayevba, but then after that, not too much support that he got. We speak a lot in cricket about hunting in pairs, but it looks like it was one man hunting, and the other side was a bit easy. Just picking up those 2 wickets, 4 for 19. The only other wicket coming from the captain, Trotsky, 4 overs, 1 for 25. Otherwise, there hasn't been too much or anything from anybody else in the team to contribute. And that is why we say that it ends up being an easy win, a 7-wicket win here for Bangladesh. So you just look at the scorecard, as you said a bit earlier, there was a good partnership between David Tiga and Skilled, just 72 and 51. Nothing else. The next top scorer is 10 runs and everybody else in the single figures. Good bowling from Rizwan, getting 4 for 28 in 6.5. Boson equally bowling well, 2 for 30 in 7. Biplop, 2 for 9 in his 4 overs. And we move to the Bangladesh emerging batting card. Tipu getting that 73, not out of 56, and Shikar supporting him 58 of 39. As we said, Ayevba Isosa, the only one to really look to trouble the Bangladesh early on, 2 for 19 in his 4. And Bangladesh walking away at the end, winning by that 7 wickets.
So, Bangladesh will have a good dress rehearsal for the final when they take on South Africa emerging in the last round robin game on Sunday here at Irene Country Club. And after that, it will be the final on Wednesday. So do stay tuned for those. And do stay with us on this broadcast, because we're going to have the post-match presentation for you in a few minutes.
A must-win contest here at the beautiful Irene Country Club. If the USA team were able to win, they still have chances to going forward. But that was not the case, as Bangladesh effectively sealed their place in the final for next week, Wednesday. That will be taking place at the Ducks Oval. A resounding win for Bangladesh after bowling out the USA team for 166 in a score that could have been bigger if the middle order, like we spoke with Captain Leighton Trotsky the last game, had picked up their hands. Alas, the game comes to a close. But with that, magnificent performances throughout the game. It looked good for USA when Ludwig Schultz and David Tiga were out here playing their cricket. However, Mohammed Chowdhury Rizwan coming on, taking 4 wickets, cleaning up the game. But the batting was fantastic. Irfan Shukur with his 53. But our man of the match coming up with a captain's performance from Bangladesh. It will be Shahadat Hossain Deepu with 70 runs from 56 deliveries. Captain, let's have a few words just across our lovely banner here. Captain, you were thrust into it today, no Zakir Hassan. You're coming in with a short score to chase. What was your mindset going into bat out there?
When I go to the bat, I just try to till in the bat, and as much as can possible, we bat in the long innings and do some cricketing shot. We're just trying this.
When it comes to the captaincy, how was it like taking all of those wickets in such a short time?
Yeah, it's firstly like yesterday I like pressure when say I'm the captain.
Yeah.
But today I'm very enjoying. But because of boys who are really good bowling side, because of their bowling really right area and wicket to wicket, that's why we target in 167.
Wonderful, wonderful work from the captain Deepu, man of the match, scoring 73 from 56 deliveries in what was a wonderful chase from the Bangladesh emerging team. Gonna have a conversation now with our captains. He's already spoken with us, but we're gonna first start with our USA captain, Leighton Trotsky. Leighton, Another conversation that we're having now, it is the close of your tour. It hasn't been easy because it's been a long off season, and normally the USAs are played mid-season where you guys are sharp and fresh. What are the lessons though that you can take from this tour for you and the boys?
Yeah, it's been a tough tour, but as you said, a lot of lessons that we can learn. I think we look at the SA emerging side and the Bangladesh emerging side. They showed us how to bat in the middle, how to absorb pressure a bit better than we do. Also, I think one thing that I took from these guys and the emerging guys, the seamers, they hit the deck. There's energy on it if you play at this level. So it's something that we'll be aware of next time.
Yeah. What was some of the challenges that you guys had to deal with? Because you came into the camp a couple of days before the series started. You guys have just been in battle against each other. Now you have to come as a unit. How do you guys overcome those challenges to ensure that you stick together as a team?
Yeah, it's always tough when you get together very early, very shortly before a tournament. I think the first game, maybe the second game as well, it felt like we were a bunch of individuals, if I can put it that way. But I think our last game against SA Emerging, it started to feel like the guys started to gel well, and we started playing as a team. It's a short period, man. It's tough to gel quickly, but I think at the end of the tour, we got to that point.
Just last question for you. First time the USA team is being involved in such a tour with such higher levels. What are the positives for such inclusion of the USA team in tours like these going into the future?
I think it's a good opportunity for guys that don't get the exposure at the club level. A good opportunity to stick up their hands, show what they're made of, and show what's in South Africa that's not contracted, if I can put it that way. So yeah.
Leighton, thank you very much. You guys tried your best. Love to see the pathway and the pipeline of South African cricket. Well done, Leighton. It is the captain of the USA team. Just going to have one more question for Shahadat Hussein Deepu. If he can join us for just one more question as the captain of the Bangladesh emerging team. If you can join us this side, please, Hussein. Just one question now. Your next game is against South Africa on Sunday. You guys didn't win against them, bowled you out for 89. How are you going to try and fight that on Sunday?
Yeah, we just try to our basics plan. Because of first game we not did well. Yeah. But tomorrow, after tomorrow we match in South Africa, just doing our basics and do what we think.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Another one for the captain of Bangladesh, Shahadat Hussein Deepu. And that brings the close to what has been a rather short day here at Irene Country Club. It's a beautiful day for cricket, and we did see some wonderful performances. You will join us again, and we will be with you on Sunday, the 9th of August, for the final game prior to the final, where South Africa Emerging will be taking on Bangladesh Emerging on the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel right here at Irene Country Club. See you then on Sunday. It's been Bridge Vision, it's been Cricket South Africa, and it's been the Irene Country Cricket Club.